What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
To win the group, he needs the bullseye. Oh my word! How has he done that?
Patent orange ones. I think that might be Richard Ashdown. He's got some flash shoes. So is Jack Newlap.
Bull.
Game Sean the third.
Enjoyed that one, didn't you, Tommy?
Tommy Moore.
Nothing wrong with that. 2-1 lead. Another. Wow, double 8.
Game
It's just
Sean
sublime.
The fullback. Game Sean the fifth.
Well, there you have it.
Steve Robertson.
Andreas puts in the max. Do it for yourself. Hit double 12. Oh, what a shot! What a way to finish the session!
5, so for the match 1-2-4 here required for Jenson Walker. It's going to be a dart of the ball for the match, a dart of the ball for the win. So topped up 12 to get the break of throw and a 2-0 lead. But he may not get a go, because Hubbard wants tops of the 120. And Hubbard's going to climb the ladder, denying Allen the chance. He levels his game up at 1 apiece. Good afternoon, welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. Last night there was 18 group games in the Champions League, which quite literally crashed the internet. Well, we're going to raise you 25 intriguing group matches here at the MODUS Super Series for you to enjoy on this Thursday. There'll be twists, there'll be turns, there'll be drama from the first start until the very last, and we're going to be watching it all in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. And drama was exactly the word when it came to Group A. Simon Whitlock pinching it right at the very last against Andy Hamilton.
I think what Simon proved on debut this week is that if you put yourself in a position to win the group and you can execute at the right time, you can get great things happening. And yesterday, it wasn't just the 1-2-4 finish on the ball, it was the miraculous double top that seemed to dangle in the board. But you can see just how close it was in the end. Graham Hall, who will play in Group B tonight, will be wondering how he lost it.
Now, you were asking the questions on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, so we maybe didn't get too much of your view on how Simon was going to progress. Was it exactly how you expected it to be for him?
It's a really good question, that, because I think he embraced the challenge. I think he liked the fact that he was battling the same players 3 times over the 3 days. And I just get the feeling he embraced it from the off. I spoke to him briefly yesterday morning, and he said he was really enjoying it. But you can see sometimes just how much he wants to succeed still over the age, well over the age of 50. But the hunger is still there, and I'm sure he enjoyed the result.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then. If this is the first time you've tuned in this week, Simon Whitlock wins Group A. Some legends involved in Group B, including the likes of Martin Adams, a 3-time Lakeside winner. That's going to be what we're going to watch from 10 o'clock this afternoon. Jenson Walker, James Hubbard and Adam Mould will join Tommy Morris, Steve Robertson and Andreas Nicolaou in Group C. These are how the odds look then as far as the rest of the week is concerned. Now, we've spoken about the players in Group A. Of those that have come into the equation or going to come into the equation today, who for you could be value for money?
Well, I like the way that Adam Mould played at the ADC Global before the turn of the year. I think that was an upturn in what we've seen from him on the whole, because I know that he got a 9 darter the last time he was playing MODUS Super Series action, but I think his consistency went up a notch when he played the ADC Global. So I'm expecting a little bit more from Adam this time around. But there could be someone in the distance And you look at someone like Martin Adams, who hasn't actually won a week here in the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth just yet. There may be a fairy tale on offer over the next couple of days.
So Adam Mould hit the 9 dice, you said last time, had a decent campaign at the Global Championship. We've spoken about how good a player he is. Is this year now about him possibly taking the next step?
I'm afraid it has to be. It's 2 years now since he won his first weekly title, beating Ian Moss in a final. At that point, we didn't know a great deal about Adam, but it feels like he's been the ADC #1 ever since because he plays more events than anybody, and he's held that ranking for a very, very long time. If he wants that to be his legacy, that's perfectly okay with me. But I get the feeling that Adam wants just a little bit more. And what we saw at the ADC Global was someone who maybe wanted to show what else he's got in the locker. It's time for him to deliver.
In terms of Jenson Walker, it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts. He got to the final of Lakeside. We're going to hear from him in a second. Lost that particular final to Archie Self. What do you think 2025 could and should bring for Jenson?
I think he wants to find out where his next big goal could be, because in 2024 he was going around Europe playing lots of boys tournaments in lots of different countries and getting a great deal of success. And we've seen it from other players when they make that transition from boys tournaments to youth and development stuff, and then obviously into senior ranks after that. It's about the next phase for Jenson. It's about finding comfort against other players.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's hear from the horse's mouth himself, because Jenson Walker is going to be in action in our first match of the group. He takes on the Cypriot qualifier, Andreas Nicolaou, who we saw here at the ADC Global Championship back in December. But for Jenson, a first tilt at the Super Series title in 2025. And earlier on today, I caught up with the young man from Coventry. Jenson, welcome back to the Super Series. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Been looking forward to the last couple of weeks. It's going to be a great bit of experience again. Tough group. Really looking forward to it. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
I suppose it's a good way to start 2025. The end of 2024, how would you sum up your experience at Lakeside?
I'd sort of a mixed bag. I set a goal last year in May to make Lakeside, so I was going to do all the WDF youth events and really go for it. I made Lakeside number one seed. I didn't, out of the UK, I didn't lose an event, so I was really happy with that. Obviously went to Lakeside, made the final. It wasn't to be. I don't suppose you ever really get over a world final fully, but you take it, you take the anger, you take the frustration, you take the disappointment from it, and you try and convert it onto the dartboard and try and push your game on, and that's what I'm trying to do.
So what does 2025 look like for Jenson Walker?
2025 really is a bit of everything for me. Development tours first, challenge tours, and a bit of the WDF circuit. Go around, try and hopefully make Lakeside, and really put wrong the disappointment that was had last year in December. So that's really what it's all about this year. But Dev Tour and Challenge Tour as well, equally.
Is this a good way to start it? A good week here?
100%. It's superb stage preparation. I've played on UK Open stages, Lakeside stage, and this is by far the best stage I've ever played on in terms of throw and environment. So it's always great to be here and prepare yourself at the highest level.
We wish you all the best, Jenson. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Speaks very well, doesn't he, Jenson Walker? Almost belies his tender years of 18 as he takes on Andreas Nicolaou in the first of 25 games that we're going to be bringing to you here on Pluto TV on this Thursday. For Jenson, perhaps the first time in his career, he's had to come back from a little bit of disappointment after losing that Lakeside final to Archie Self, the 18-year-old from Coventry, a former finalist. That came in Series 7. That was the first full series of 2024. Whereas for Andreas Nicolaou, he's hoping not to be blue, but hoping to hit a purple patch on this Thursday. The 27-year-old from Lemissos in Cyprus made history for his country by becoming the first ever Cypriot to play on this stage at the ADC Global Championship. He becomes the first ever player from Cyprus to play at the Super Series this week. Jack Garver's probably had a couple of holidays to Cyprus in his time, and he's in charge of all of the action on this Thursday afternoon, which is going to be watched in the company of the former Players Champion. It's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson.
It is a very good afternoon. It's very sunny outside, and at times this week in Portsmouth it's been very stormy. but it is the wizard who has had most of the answers this week. As far as Group C is concerned over the next couple of days, someone's got to take this group by the scruff of the neck.
134.
Because when you look who's in this group, you've got Andreas and Jenson. I think the word
108
that associates us with them, well, it's possibility. What could the Cypriot possibly do over the next couple of days? What could Jenson do potentially as he looks to progress
96.
in his career? But you look at James Hubbard, you look at Steve Robertson, you look at Mould, and you look at Tommy Morris. They're almost all in the same boat.
140.
They're all looking to kick on in some way.
I think everybody's going to fancy their chances in this Group C. It's one of those groups which is very much open for interpretation. It is
26.
Jenson's got off to the quickest
Jenson, you
start
require
of the two in this
100.
opening leg, leaving himself on a ton after 9 darts. Treble 16 leads himself the double.
68.
Not to be, but he's got plenty of time on side.
I think if they're going to get rid of Andreas in this group situation, they've got to get him from the start, because yesterday
96.
he started to put
Jenson, you
something
require
together.
32.
And Jenson's not there yet.
Andreas, you require
He could be
149.
pipped to the checkered flag here.
Well, this would be a pinch. Treble 19. He's going to give himself a dart at double 16 for the 149. That would have been outrageous if
133.
Nicolaou took that
Jenson, you
and
require
took the first
16.
leg from under the grasp of Jenson Walker.
3 words, Jenson. You have been warned.
Game shot on the first
Warning
leg.
heeded.
Jenson Walker.
How many times do you see that? A player toil around at the double to win a leg. His opponent has an
Second leg,
opportunity.
it's
They
Andreas to
don't
throw
find, and then
first.
suddenly the
Game on.
person that had first poke clicks into gear and then pins first time of asking. Eventually, Jenson Walker with his 5th dart at a double finds himself a leg to the goods.
100.
Like I said, Andreas has been doing some pretty decent stuff over the last few days. He has won
54.
at least 1 game a day. And when you consider what Bradley Roos went through last week, you should never take wins for granted. And if you think about some of the people that he's beaten,
58.
he wasn't beating the same people over the last 3 days. He was beating most people.
77.
Well, Andreas won't call it a tumultuous time he's had here at the Live Lounge, and it's kind of reminiscent of the appearance he had at the Global Championship, where he was pretty much competitive everywhere he went, and he was put into the tougher week as well of the two, where you had the
58.
likes of Pilgrim, Books, who've now subsequently gone on to get their tour cards. But he's competitive everywhere he goes. But I remember speaking with Scott Mitchell when we were
140.
covering that tournament together. For Andreas, there's a really good level there, but because perhaps at home he doesn't get tested or pushed perhaps as much, when it comes to key opportunities, he sometimes will have time in hand. He doesn't have that luxury here.
84.
I think that's very fair to say. You can talk about people in different countries around the world who have the same problem. I think even John Michael in Greece has had the same issue, because nobody in Greece is anywhere near as good as him.
97.
There's an argument to say that Andreas is the best player in Cyprus. And in order to improve, he needs to be put under more pressure to evolve. And coming here to Portsmouth, that's one thing.
100.
But that might
Jenson,
happen
you require 100.
3 weeks out of the year.
Well, Nicolaou missed a dart at double 16 to take out the 149 in the previous
125.
leg. Walker's
Andreas
left
require
himself a double 4, but
101.
has presented the Cypriot an opportunity to save his throw if he can find this 101. And just like the last leg, he's going to get a dart at a double. And that double of choice is double 16 again. But he
69.
cannot fire home, and his
Jenson, you
opportunities
require
have been
8.
minuscule at big outs. And Walker now back for 2-0. Double 4 is what he wants. Double
Game
4
shot
is
on
what
the
he gets.
second leg. Jenson Walker.
Someone is taking his chances.
Third leg. It's Jenson to
But
throw
it's fair
first.
to say that
Game on.
Andreas has only had 1 dart at a double in 2 legs. Jenson's had more than that. And he's giving himself that luxury with superior scoring.
134.
Well, that's the third two-treble score that Jenson's had in this contest so far. As I mentioned, got through to the final of the Boys World Championship at the Lakeside.
96.
Beat Mason Tees 2-0 on the quarterfinals, averaged 92.5 in that particular match. Would then beat Florian Price by 2-1. Both players averaging 82 in that, before then falling short against Archie Self by 3-2. Jenson actually averaging just a shade under 85 in that final, but would lose out to the 14-year-old.
I think that draw in the boys' tournament looks stronger now,
100.
a couple of months later, because of what Lex Parzhauser has done. He was in the final of an open tournament in Belgium over the weekend. He only lost to Kim Huybrecht. He's only a kid.
134.
Frightening what the next generation already supplying. Well, Archie Self has actually
91.
qualified for the ADC Vault at the age of 14 for the Super Series. The only problem he has is the eligibility criteria is 16 for this tournament.
You do have to draw the line somewhere.
97. Jenson, you require 94.
He said darts at double in every leg. And this time, he doesn't give Andreas an out. That's classy.
When he's had
Fourth
to,
leg,
the
it's Andreas
interceptor
the very
has
first.
done exactly that. Jenson Walker moves into a 3-leg lead with an air of comfortability in this opening match of the afternoon session. For Andreas, he's averaging 92 and change, but that's effectively been a scoring average so far. He's had 2 darts at a double, both at double 16, but both crucially on the back of ton plus combos.
96.
Based on what happened the last time Jenson was here, I think what he'd like to happen is get out of the gate and keep everybody at a distance. He does not want to go to the last round having to win a match again.
140.
Because the last time he was in that situation, it was gut-wrenching.
Yeah, Jenson found himself in Dark Break Motel, didn't he, in his previous appearance here at the Live Lounge. But he's looking to right those particular wrongs. And as I mentioned in the introduction, perhaps the first time he goes into a tournament of this magnitude, perhaps with a little bit of a point to prove because of what happened here last time and because of what happened at the Lakeside.
Yeah, well, some people thrive on wanting to prove a point.
58.
Some people, they try and escape that by saying there's no pressure on me. Don't believe everything that a dart player tells you. A lot of them try to deflect.
100.
In one way, there is pressure on Jenson. In another, there isn't. Because he's only young. And I always say,
100.
just let them play the game.
Andreas, you require 41.
Andreas here looking to pull one back. And once again, it's double 16, the target of choice.
Going for the top half.
25.
Make that
Jenson,
4
you
darts to the
require
double.
113.
Might be all she wrote.
19 is not located, and so Andreas is going to get, for the
57.
first time in this match, 3 in hand and a
Andreas, you
double.
require 16.
2 8s to cut the gap back down to 2. Double 4.
8.
Off the bow, but flicks the other side, and so
Jenson, you
Jenson
require
Walker back for the
56.
match.
You'll fancy it to start perfectly.
Game
A
shot.
4-0 win for Jenson
Jenson
Walker. A dominant display for the man from Coventry. An average of 92.5. At times he toiled around the doubles, but when it mattered, he found what he needed. And it's a much-needed positive start for him. A 4-0 victory against Andreas Nicolaou. Missed 7 darts at the double in that contest. That's the tale of the tape for match 1 of the session. Coming up after the break, it's a second appearance at the Super Series for James Hubbard. He takes on Steve Robertson, who finished 5th in Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jenson Walker got the better of Andreas Nicolaou by 4 legs to 2, averaging 92.5 in that contest. Really good start for the Interceptor to his first Super Series campaign of 2025. Seconds out, game 2, and it's a second appearance here for James Hubbard, the 32-year-old former World Youth Champion, that coming all the way back in 2012. Looking to rebuild his game in 2025 after a period away. He takes on MC Longshank, Steve Robertson, the 51-year-old from Choppington up in the northeast. Glenn Doe was giving me some intel on him last week and said that there is a player with plenty of pedigree there, has mopped up plenty of titles in his neck of the woods, and now looking to mop up here on the Super Series stage. There was a decent enough group play campaign from him in terms of the score. Like 84.06 was his running average for the 3 days, but it was the doubling at points that let him down. Just 29% on the outer ring from him in group play. As for James Hubbard, I think it's fair to say that we might see a little bit of a mixed bag over the next couple of days. We may see some good stuff, we may see some inconsistent stuff, but for him it's another step on his darting journey.
Absolutely. He's known about this visit to Portsmouth for a good few weeks, if not a good couple of months. So has had plenty of time to get prepped for it. And this time around, he knows about the intricacies of when to start,
45.
how things will progress over the day, because he was in Group C last time. But the one thing that James has always had, even though his darting career has had ups and downs, he's always had exceptional technique.
82.
It's probably that technique which has helped him come back as quickly as he had, because I can imagine for as long as he's had the darts put away, that it can take some time to get back in the
46.
swing of things. And whilst James isn't at the level that we've seen him at the peak of his powers, he's come back very quickly and come back to a very attainable level.
Well, here's the crux of this whole argument, because in the age of social media
59.
where you do something within the sport and then you decide to either take a step back or take a big break, these people will constantly get messages around Q school time in January saying,
135.
are you going to Q school? Why didn't you go to Q school? And what are you doing with your career? And what are you doing with your darts right now? I can say from a personal level, I still get messages from people in Australia saying, how's the darts coming along?
40.
I have not played in the PDC since the end of 2018. That's a long time ago.
Besides the point, how is the darts coming along?
Moving swiftly on. But my point
49.
is, when it comes to someone like James, who has done something or things within the sport, maybe a few years ago, it's entirely his choice whether he plays at all and at which level
59.
he does play. But isn't it great that he's got the amount of choice that he has here in 2025?
Variety is the spice of life within this sport at this present moment in time. I mean, some of the options that he's got: Super Series, ADC, WDF, he wants to go down that road. He did play at
76.
Q School, so the PDC option with the Challenge Tour is shut off to him. But those are the potential options that are in play for him in 2025, should he want to do it. And I think the word want is the crucial word there.
96.
If you don't want
Steve,
to play,
require 150.
you shouldn't. Simple as that. Robertson has had some very good victories this week. And much like Andreas Nicolaou, we found him looking more comfortable day on day.
90. James, you require 114.
How comfortable is Hubbard going to feel on the 114? Triple 18. Would have afforded him a dart at tops, just underneath the treble wire, and so Robertson is going to come back for this 60 to get the break in this opening leg. And because of the way his darts sit in the board, and because of the way they lie,
Steve, you
if the
require
first dart's
6.
pitched nicely, he's got a decent guide just to nestle on top of the barrel. Maybe a bit too far away to be a guide. And that drifts wide into the 5.
36.
Now, what you'll see from Steve,
James,
if
you
you haven't been
require
watching the last few
16.
days, is that he prefers doubles at the top of the board. He will try and steer clear of everything in the southern hemisphere.
Game shot on
Hubbard
the
takes a
first
1-0
leg.
lead.
James Hubbard.
That's a settler for him. We have
Second
seen in
leg,
groups
it's
gone
Steve to
by,
throw first.
the people who
Game
come in
on.
fresh on a Thursday having a better time of it because they don't have any emotional scar tissue from the last 3 days. So it will be fascinating to see how Robertson, Morris
60.
and Andreas of Cyprus do get along with this.
Well, even though he lost 4-0, there were signs in the scoring phase of Andreas' game against Jenson Walker that he looks refreshed today. We'll see
57.
whether that's the case for Steve Robertson over the course of these 5 matches. Let's have a look then at the setup of both players, beginning with Steve. As you can see, the darts enter low into the board. So actually, that first dart is a bit of a disaster for him. The fact he can find the treble with dart 2, he's done very well there. Whereas with Jays, as you say, everything about this is pretty much what you would teach a kid.
Look at that angle and the way the dart enters the board with such purity.
100.
There's no wobble. There's no wibble. And there's a difference between those two things. But this is an overstacking method, which works perfectly on dart 3 there. James predominantly is someone who likes to stack underneath. He has tweaked these barrels over the years. He used to use something very akin to Eric Bristow, that classic
95.
pencil-style dart from top to bottom with uniform grip. But over the years, he shaved the nose on the barrel a bit more just to try and get a little bit of extra closeness between the darts so that they don't have as much tungsten in the way. It works really, really well for him. But there's a story behind these flights, you know. He didn't choose them.
27.
One of his children did.
Steve, you require 140.
I think that's quite a sweet story.
And I think it's that side which is a real driving factor for James in his second coming in the sport, that family
59.
feel towards things. We see it in other sports, don't we, where players come back maybe after a bit of a hiatus, they go and they have a family, they come back again, and it is the family that is the driving factor towards that second coming, the second win in their career.
The thing is, he's always been a family
Steve, you require
type person
85.
because he's so close with his parents, especially his dad Vic, who was an incredible guy. It's going to be bullseye for Big Robbo, or this Big Robbo.
43. James, you require 122.
18s, needs 4 of them. And that doesn't help. But what you see from James there is a really encouraging sign. Even from a bad dart, he's still remaining focused, which has been something,
64.
especially in the early part of his career, he
Steve,
was
you
so good
require
at.
42.
Scrap at one apiece. 18 for double 12. It's not a usual split, but as Nico
18.
mentioned, because he likes everything
James,
at
you
the top of the
require
board,
58.
that's his preferred route. And it's going to be the 18 here for James to give himself 2 darts at tops to get the breaker throw in, to really get a vital-like grip of this match.
James
2-0
on the
Hubbard,
second leg.
no
James
mistake
Hubbard.
there. Robertson had a couple of darts to square up at one apiece. He couldn't take his chance, and with a
leg,
laser-like
it's
focus
James
and
to
a
throw
laser-like
first.
execution,
Game on.
Hubbard's into a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, James has spent much time in the northeast of England, maybe not in the same sort of vicinity as Steve Robertson
140.
and his residence right now, but it's a very close-knit circuit up in the northeast. If you find a tournament up there, you tend to have people travel, even from southern Scotland,
44.
people from Northumberland, people from Cumbria, Tyne and Wear, County Durham, Cleveland, even North Yorkshire. The catchment up there is vast. So when James is spending a lot of time around Bishop Auckland,
134.
he was going to some very, very good tournaments up there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Robbo was at that.
Well, just having a look at the players of a side on position, and I want to talk about the elbow of James Hubbard. I reckon
26.
if we see him now and we paused right there, I reckon you could put a ruler from where that elbow goes back and it would be straight down to the floor.
This is what I'm talking about with James. Exceptional technique.
100.
When your dad has played for England and played at Lakeside or the World Championship, there's got to be something there. We've seen it
26.
with
James,
others
you require
when it's passed down to them.
127.
Look at Aaron Monk. And look at that first dart. Where is dart 3 going? It's going to be a layup.
95.
So far, so good. And Robertson is still in the traps.
Longshanks in the tailwind of James Hubbard at this present moment in time. The former World Youth Champion leaving himself on double 16 after 12 to open up a 3-0 lead. And
140.
after
James, you require
evading a couple of
32.
darts to be pegged back level, he's now got the opportunity to put the game exactly where he wants it. Double 8, and this could be awkward because of the positions of dart 1 and 2,
Game
but he
shot on the
manages to
third
find.
leg.
It was a
James
decent
Hubbard.
dart there. Hubbard 3-0 to the goods, and en route to what would be a second consecutive
Fourth
4-0
leg,
win
it's Steve to
for a
throw
player
first.
who's joined Group C
Game
this
on.
afternoon.
The average isn't necessarily that big, but the doubling is impressive. 3 from 6.
83.
You know, the PDC World Masters goes to the televised stages a little bit later on. And I think something's happened today.
100.
As well as that 180 for Hubbard. Maybe he's about to kick into gear in the scoring stakes as well. But the last time I remember James playing in a huge venue like the O2, because that's where he won the World Youth Championship. He
78.
beat Michael van Gerwen in the final. And that was the last time I saw MVG in singles competition not wear his signature green. What's he going to do over the next couple of days? He's going to be wearing
58.
black again.
It's going to be unrecognisable.
I mean, you can't not recognise Michael van Gerwen. He's iconic.
46.
Takes on a weekly winner from here last year in Bradley Brooks tomorrow night in MK. What a start to the year Bradley's had.
Yeah, he's played really well, hasn't he? And James is really starting to find it here.
140.
Throughout this match, he has constantly improved after getting that chance earlier on. He took it. He's run with it. He's got a chance to win the match
100.
by the best possible margin.
You require 123.
But at times it's felt as easy as 1, 2, 3 for James Hubbard, and he could wrap the match up on that particular finish. Doesn't have to go triple 18 bull. Doesn't have to go for the bull. And just like in the previous leg, he's going to set up, and perhaps was too
109.
good in his setup because the double 18 leaves himself on double 7.
That's not the first time in his career he's left a double by accident. Isn't that right, James?
Or to be revealed another time. For this to wrap up a comprehensive display. Once he got his nose in front 2-0, there was seemingly no way back for Steve Robertson. He's going to split. And now because he's hit the single 10, it's down for double 2. He's making a bit of a mess towards the finishing line. And he
10.
hasn't passed the tape just yet.
Steve, you require
Well, that's the
62.
problem when you miss your single and you're going for a double that you didn't intend to have a look at. You're not really mentally prepared for it. Steve is prepared for tops. And that's the
27.
second time he's done that.
James, you require 4.
To finish off this match, double 2. Madhouse.
No score.
And Robertson's got another route back in the
Steve, you
match. Hubbard's
require
missed 4 to win
35.
this game.
Easy for us to say this is all due to the fact that he missed the single 6. But it is double 12 again. And Steve ironically leaves himself on double 6, which he
James Charles,
finds.
4 flags,
So leg
Steve
4
Robertson.
was all about the 6 segment.
Fifth
Forget
flag,
6
it's
cents.
James
That would be a
to throw
6
first.
cents for James Hubbard.
Game
But he
on.
has got the insurance policy of throw here to get the job done 4-1.
And this is just part and parcel of playing darts at this level and in this format.
85.
You can be so close to winning a match just like that. But if you don't finish it, and you have the opportunity to go back to 5-1 and do it again, you've just got to accept it.
84.
For the people out there that have been in that situation and they do mope around and they castigate themselves in the background, there's no point in it. Just move on.
180.
And that is exactly what James Hubbard's doing here. The irony is, his scoring's got better over the last couple of legs, but the last leg was the first time he really toiled around on the doubles.
96.
You learn from what you do wrong. You very rarely learn from what you do right. He's done something wrong in this game, has James.
58.
And he's so mature. He's always been a mature young man, but now he's 32. Is there any reason why his best starts aren't ahead of him? I can't think of a reason.
Well, look at Peter Wright,
28.
for example. Took a bit of time out and then played his best darts in his 40s and 50s.
Exactly. And Peter Wright knows James exceptionally well. They've been friends for many years because they don't even live that far apart.
84.
James battered him from pillar to post just a couple of weeks before Peter would go on to win his first World Championship against Michael van Gerwen. That's the level he can still get to, even if he isn't quite at the 2012 peak, as people would call it. Hasn't been a peak performance
96.
here, but it looks like it's going to be enough to get over the line.
94.
Once again, he's got the air of comfortability in a leg, and he's got 6 starts on 94 to get the job done by 4 legs to 1. He decided to go double-double, and then
80.
persevered for the double again.
I'm going to be brutally honest here because I know he's going to watch this back. I want to run out of this commentary box and go and grab him by the neck. What are you doing? That is something he knows you should not do. People get carried away with double-double too much these days.
37.
With Robertson on
Victory
197, he
requires
shouldn't have been
76.
anywhere near double-double. Look at the textbook and do it the way you should.
Game shot.
Just
and
like
the
that.
match, James Hubbard.
And for James Hubbard, it's a win on his first match back on the stage. A 4-1 success against Steve Robertson. He toiled towards the end, but there was a lot of good moments there from James, which you can take for the rest of the day going forward. This was how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Hubbard 4, Robertson 1. Coming up after the break, it's Adam Mould up against Tommy Morris. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, James Hubbard got a 4-1 win over Steve Robertson in our second match of the afternoon session. Our third match sees a third renewal of the rivalry between Adam Mould and Tommy Morris in this building. It's the third series in which these two will be going up against one another. 5 previous meetings on this stage. We'll tell you more about them in just a second. But for Adam Mould, the last time he played in a Super Series environment, he hit a 9-darter against Johan Bauer, the 36-year-old from Aylesbury, played at the Global Championship. Heartbreakingly missed out on the finals day on the Sunday, and he takes on the 32-year-old from Poole. 6-time weekly finalist Tommy Morris, the gun, who at points has been firing on all cylinders. In fact, has an average in excess of 90 for the week and a doubles percentage of over 40%. But when it mattered, the cylinders weren't quite firing for the man from Dorset. And they may have to be against Adam Mould, for whom you feel like this year is a year where potential has to turn into progress.
I think we would say that. I think as a darting media, we want people to continue to progress. And when you make it to the top, you have to sustain.
60.
But there is an argument that Adam is very, very comfortable doing what he's doing. One size does not fit all in professional sport. Maybe travelling to Milton Keynes and Wigan and Leicester and Hildesheim and things like that, maybe that doesn't appeal to him. Maybe playing ADC darts,
59.
playing Super Series, maybe that really agrees with him. But I think we're going to have to dig quite deep with Adam to find out what his ambitions are for the future, because he's at an age where he does have the option of kicking on.
Well, it does take up a lot of time. Also has a young family as well, does Adam. So there's plenty of factors to be put into play.
140.
And I've covered semi-professional sport at this level, whether it be darts or other sports, for about 9 years now. And there's a lot of people that have got bundles of talent, bundles of ability, but are just happy plying their trade where they ply their trade. Well, Tommy Morris has got ideas of grandeur
65.
in terms of playing on the Pro Tour. And he had ideas of grandeur winning the first leg, but misses double 18 for the 101. Mould looking at treble 19 to give himself a dart at tops. He strays the other side, and so Morris back with 3 in hand to get the break.
60. Tommy require 36.
Went further away.
Gauge on the
and then went
leg.
in.
Tommy Morris.
Measured that third dart perfectly. An immediate break of throw.
Second leg, it's Tommy to
I think you're right about Tommy. I think he really does eye a future as a pro.
120.
He is an impossibly nice guy. He's the kind of person that you want to spend time with. If you were at a party and Tommy Morris was there, you would somehow gravitate to him. Or he'd find a way to gravitate to you.
59.
On the dartboard, though, he wants to shred you. And this week, you're absolutely right about his numbers. How often do you see someone averaging 90 for Group A and they wind up in Group C? That does not happen very often at all. And his doubles, nearly 44%.
85.
Doesn't really hit a great deal of maximums. He actually hit 25 less than Simon Whitlock.
108.
Ask and you shall receive. There you get one from Adam.
Well, both players' styles will suit one another. And that's probably been one of the glaring issues for Tommy Morris, is for all the good, sometimes visits like that in an ill-opportune time costs him opportunities when they matter most.
56.
This against a throw of Mould having been broken in leg one has left himself tops after 12 to get the break back and to level this match up at one apiece.
Adam, you require 40. Game shot on his second leg.
Easy
Adam
as pie. I don't get that saying, do you? Pies aren't easy to make.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, it depends what kind of pie you make. The ones I make, I get out of a freezer in a supermarket,
57.
put it in the oven in for 20 minutes, and it's very easy to make.
I knew I shouldn't have asked.
135. 83.
I think you're right about the tempo of this game, though. There are other people in this group who are a bit
98.
more methodical. But these two, they're the two that like to get on with it. I don't know if you know this
40.
about me, Henry, but Game 3 of Group C is my favourite game of the group. It always has been.
98.
Because I really want to know who wins this game. And I want to know where they stand when they play again. The first game of round number 10
140.
on Friday.
Tommy, you require
I think it's the most
170.
intriguing head-to-head spot.
60.
Only a 60 there for Morris. Has actually opened up the door somewhat for Mould if he can find a couple of trebles here. Definitely need to find one to leave a 2-darter. Unable to do so.
Tommy, you require
And it
110.
may feel like opportunity missed there. Morris looking at 110 to move 2-1 up. And this would be for the third consecutive breaker throw at the beginning of the match. And that's the first
Jenson
ton
at
topper
third
of the day.
leg. Tommy
The 110
Morris.
goes. The double 18 pinned. Morris 2-1 to the good. The third consecutive break
flag.
at the
It's
beginning
Tommy
of
to
this
throw
contest.
first. Game on.
And not his first 110 checkout of the week as well. He got it a couple of days ago, that exact route.
95.
Seems to have a bit of an affiliation with double 18 so far this afternoon. Not that that's a bad thing.
140.
Nothing wrong with the northeast.
Tread carefully.
140.
Nobody wants you to go down the same road as Gabriel Bonlahor.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do any accents.
180.
Fabulous maximum there from Adam. This is a really good match.
70.
In boxing, there's a phrase that styles make fights, and in this particular contest, the style of
105.
both players are most definitely treating us to a bit of a spectacle. Mould on 76 after 9. The second time,
85.
incidentally, that
Adam, you require 76.
against throw Adam Mould has left himself handy after 3 visits to the board. Potential 11 darter. It is an 11 darter. And we're back level at 2-2. 4 legs played, 4 breaks, and nothing to separate Mould or Morris.
Fifth leg. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Throwing first in leg 5 and hasn't missed a dart at a double yet. And Tommy's got to be on watch here.
96.
He gives Adam an opportunity. He might just gobble everything up.
60.
Bit of extra shoulder in that third dart from Tommy. His technique is typically quick, but not often have I seen him do
100.
that. We've spoken to players in the past, Henry, about bad habits
43.
coming from nowhere. And if that, where the right shoulder dips, that could easily become a bad habit.
140.
And that can't happen.
Well, it's one of those contests where it's possibly the first holder throw which
100.
makes a difference, not the first breaker throw. And Adam Mould has got 6 from here to ensure of that. Really making a kick, has dragged his average in excess of 98.
59.
There's now a 10-point difference between the two players in terms of that particular demographic.
Well, here's the
45.
unusual
Adam, you
thing about
require
the situation. Adam
106.
is largely noted as someone in MODUS Super Series action as a good finisher of the day, but not necessarily a good starter.
90.
His first start missed at a double for his first ton plus checkout of this week.
177.
But he is coming
Adam, you
back,
require
and in a
16.
flash, he could be 3-2 up. But he
score.
isn't.
Tommy, you require 76.
An unforced error from Adam Mould has given Tommy Morris an opportunity to get the 5th consecutive breaker throw in this contest. It would put it 3-2 to the good. Mould's missed his chance to move on to the hill.
56. Adam, you
As
require
2 has
16.
Tommy Morris by missing that tops low. What a
on
dart
fifth
that
leg,
is.
Adam
Didn't
Mould.
have much to find. Didn't have much room at the end, but manages to find the bottom corner of the double eight. It's the
Sixth
first
leg, it's Tommy
holder
to throw
throw in
first.
this contest.
Game on.
And it's a holder throw which puts all the cards stacked in the favour of Adam Mould.
100.
How impressive was that double eight? That was the equivalent of picking a lock with a cocktail stick.
85.
That's how precise that was.
100.
It does feel like everybody's trying to put Tommy to the sword here. This is a typical Tommy performance, averaging 88. Check out percentage of 33%. It's not bad. But do I get the feeling that maybe Tommy is seen as a target man now?
140.
If I can beat him, it's a gauge of how well I'm playing.
He's probably the player that everybody's looked at and thought he's probably the standout individual
121.
beyond everybody
Tommy
else. Not just because of what he's done
161.
this week, but because of his previous record in this building. It speaks for
97.
itself. 6 previous finals.
But no weekly titles yet. Adam's already got one.
99.
It was 2
Tommy
years ago.
requires 64.
You're only as good as your last match, as they say.
Game
And
shot on the
Tommy
sixth
is
leg,
still in this
Tommy
one.
Morris.
The first match of the day, which goes all the way.
7th and final
Don't
leg.
expect
It's
it
Adam
to be
throw
the last
first.
of what is a
Game on.
blockbuster Thursday worth of action here on Pluto TV. 25 live matches for you to enjoy over the course
44.
of the next, well, from this point onwards, 11 hours or so.
100.
We established the last time Adam was here that the blue and the black is to do with Wycombe Wanderers. If you were
40.
to give the name of that football team to someone who doesn't follow football and is from the United States, how would they say Wycombe?
140.
They'd probably call it Wycombe.
Hey, don't moan, because Wycombe's FA Cup tie against Portsmouth was moved because of the international audience. That is how big Wycombe Wanderers is around the globe.
Okay, it's 2025, and I completely forgot about rule number 1.
97.
Don't bring up football when Stato Henry Deacon's in the building.
Particularly when Wycombe beat us on that day. Anyway,
64.
We're getting to the nitty-gritty now. We did see earlier on in this match Tommy getting a big 177 to leave himself on 76.
96.
Good approach,
Tommy require
and they can barely be
104.
split. But it's Morris who had first chance to win this one.
48. Adam, you require 121.
still a 4-3 win. It's been nip and tuck all the way. There's not been more than a leg in it at any point in the match. Mould's not going to get an opportunity to win it here. He may not
Tommy
get an opportunity to win it
56.
at all. Morris, 2 at tops. Double 10. 1 dart left. Does it go?
36.
Clips the wire. And
Adam,
Adam
you
Mould comes
require
back for the double that
36.
Tommy Morris has been leaving all game long.
Couldn't have been any closer to double 10. Got to be closer to double 9.
Game shot and,
And it always hurts more when your opponent hits it with dart number 3. Disappointment for Tommy and relief for Adam Mould, who gets his first victory in Group C this week by the merest of margins after his opponent missed 2 match darts just before he got his opportunity. So Adam wins by 4 legs to 3, and now all of a sudden we're already into round number 2, and the first game will be Nicolaou against Hubbard.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Mould got the better of Tommy Morris 4-3 in the last leg decided. That brings to an end the first round of fixtures. Victories for Hubbard and Walker elsewhere in the opening round worth of action. And it is James who's back at the hockey here. He takes on the Cypriot Andreas Nicolaou, who missed 7 darts in the double. Played okay against Jenson Walker, but lost out by 4 legs to 0. For James, there was some good moments. There was perhaps some inconsistent patches. Probably pretty much everything that we expected from him. But there was enough glimpses from Andreas, particularly in terms of his scoring power in the opening match, to suggest that he can cause Hubbard here 1 or 2 problems.
Oh, that's not even up for debate. Andreas has definitely got in his locker enough to trouble James, but it maybe does depend on what kind of resistance we get
Andreas to throw first.
from a player
Game on.
that was once nicknamed Hotshot. Isn't that right, James? He despised that nickname, so much so he doesn't even use it anymore. But at the start of his career, we all called him Old Mother.
100.
Old Mother Hubbard.
I have to say that one went over my head a little bit.
That's a nursery rhyme.
57.
Well, for Andreas, you feel like this is a big game for him, just to get a win on the board, maybe just to get a bit of confidence as well. He spent most of the week stranded towards the bottom end of Group A. The last thing you want to see in Group C is very, very quickly find yourself in a similar position as you have done for the 3 days previous.
You're not wrong, because on Monday, he lost his first couple of games 4-0.
57.
He has started with a 4-0 here, but what was weird about Monday was that after he'd lost 4-0 the second time, he hadn't won a leg going into Game 3, and he was up against Graham Hall,
100.
who had beaten Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton going into that game, and Andreas beat him 4-2. Nobody saw that coming. So when the chips are down, Andreas does have the capability of going all in and coming out with the chips.
He's got up to a quicker start, top throw in this opening leg. 6 starts on 202.
58.
Hubbard can only really apply pressure by finding a couple of trebles here.
There's one of them.
140.
Giving you what you asked for, Henry.
144.
So they're both on a finish in the mid-range after 12 darts.
Hubbard leaving himself on what we'll call the Sean Murphy 147 break.
Don't give him any credit for that. He's as good at darts as I am at snooker.
Oh, so you've hit a 147 then, and a hole in one.
No, not at all.
57.
Give him credit though, he did win the Masters.
103.
Great achievement. He's a treble, and that treble is treble 17.
87.
He's had some bother on double 16 already today, as Andreas.
Well, those have been the kind of pop shots that he was kind of allowed against Jenson Walker. A couple of times he had a dart at double 16 on the back of a couple of ton plus combos, but it's a dart at the bullseye here for Hubbard to get the break.
65.
Skims it just underneath the
Andreas,
paint, and so Nicolaou back 3 more at double 8.
Across the board to double 4.
Game shot on the first leg.
And gets his
Andreas
first leg of the
Nicolaou.
day. There's a strange symmetry between
Second leg, it's James to
the
throw
Hubbard
first.
win in game 2 and the Mould win in game 3. Because both James and Adam won 4 legs, both got 2 180s, both were 4 from 12 on their doubles,
96.
and both had a best finish of 76. The only thing that was different were the averages. But averages don't even matter.
Don't write averages on trophies.
Unless it's the trophy for best average.
86.
Because they do exist.
The pedantic nature of Paul Nicholson on full show this afternoon.
And we're only just getting started.
80.
It's going to be a long day, isn't it?
It's going to be a great day. I'm really looking forward to seeing Jamie Hughes later. And when we pass 5 o'clock, we'll be playing the final games in this group.
140.
And Martin Adams will be getting ready to show us his It's 5 o'clock somewhere shirt a little bit later on. And Ash Coleman, the Prince of Darkness, is going to be here a little bit later on as well.
100.
Alongside Andy Hamilton and Graham Hall, who is probably still licking his wounds a little bit after Group A.
I won't do that in front of a wolf. Although the Prince of Darkness and Wolfie in the same group may lead to some particular Halloweenish connotations.
You don't want to repeat Halloween. We know that. Because Halloween was no joke, right?
90.
I am nowhere near this building on October the 31st this year. And if I am, I'm going to be a Grinch.
And James needed a 90 checkout
91.
in the
James
previous leg.
135.
He's just hit 90 on the bull with the last dart to leave 135. Okay. Now, he needs his own brand of wizardry. This is a lot easier than it looks. It's just got to be slightly higher than the barrel. He got that right.
98.
Just missed the line.
Andreas, you require 126.
And once again, Andreas is being given opportunities on the periphery at shots like this. He might be taking on the hot shot, but he's being given pop shots right now.
46.
And it's Hubbard who
James,
comes
you
back for
require
37 to level
37.
this match up at 1 apiece.
$21.
Hasn't really clicked in that
Andreas, you
department down there
require
just yet.
80.
We have seen some acts of thievery this week. This will be another one. Double 10 from a different position on the oche. Look where he's gone. All the way to the right-hand side.
Game shot on the second
He knows his
leg.
game
Andreas
best.
Nicolaou.
And don't question someone who hits what they're going for. He's obviously got some sort of
Third
eye
leg, it's
dominance thing
Andreas to throw
going on
first.
here. Where
Game
he'd
on.
rather be on the left-hand side scoring-wise. And when he goes to the right-hand side of the board, he wants to go all the way to the right-hand side.
Well, he actually changes his position pretty much from. You never quite know where he's going to be at any particular
90.
moment. There was a time where Owen Bates was in a similar particular position where he would sometimes just drift a little bit left and right, what would be usually his set position.
Has he changed his shoes yet?
91.
You don't know about the Owen Bates 3 pairs of socks story?
Yes, I have, yes.
I wonder if he's still in the same pair of plimsolls. I would assume he's probably changed them by now.
96.
We wish him well for this season. Hope it goes well, Owen. And James knows a thing or two about the pressures of being a young player on the tour. It is not easy at all.
97.
It's not all champagne and roses. It's mostly hotel rooms and leisure centres. And if you can't break out of those, Ali Pallies and Winter Gardens are not on your invitation list.
58.
There's a saying in football, can you hack it on a wet, cold Wednesday night in Stoke? But the big question in darts is, can you do it at Robin Park Leisure Centre on a Tuesday afternoon?
You're spot on there.
137.
Because a week on Tuesday, they actually have Players' Championship 2 that day. I don't even have to look at the weather forecast for Wigan that day. It's going to be miserable. As soon as you get past the M62 junction on the M6, it will be raining, it will be grey, and that venue will be cold.
Talking about places where it's easy as pie. Pies don't come any easier than in Wigan.
Because the pie was invented there.
100.
They have a world championship of pie eating in that particular part of the world. Actually got sent to court the results of that one year. Over the size of pie apparently not being up to the particular requirements.
22. James, you require 76.
Now this is something he's already hit today. He'd like to get it again. To get into this game. And that is exactly what he wanted.
James Hubbard.
In a strange way, Henry, hitting that double 8 with the second dart is better than hitting it with the first. Because it means that he's able to hit it with something on the outside that might not be helping him. You've got to see the positives in everything that happens. And what did we see from Hubbard in the second half of his game with Robertson? We saw improvement.
97.
We had a bit of a chat with James earlier on today, talking about
140.
what's happened with him over the last 13, 14 years. Spoke extremely sharply, eloquently, and candidly. So watch out for that chat on our
100.
Pluto TV platform. 24/7 darts. Who thought that was going to happen? Well, it's happening.
And we haven't just replaced one of the Formula One channels for it either. It's here all year long here on Pluto TV. If you are one of those people that are watching on playback, don't forget to download the Pluto TV app. It's available from your applicable app store. And you get 24 hours a day, 7 days a week darts content. Live action 30 hours a week, 50 weeks a year. And on top of that, plenty of other bonus features. You get to hear from many of the stars of the game. And after this session's completed, you can hear from the 16-time world champion. Phil Taylor sat down for a tungsten talk the other week. You can hear that from 6 o'clock once the live action is completed here at the Live Lounge.
125.
Needs to find the sandwich.
6.
Can't quite get there.
Andreas, you require 156.
One high, one low. Didn't quite get one in the middle. So he has left to finish, but maybe something just a little too big. At some point in a group like this, you were going to have to find a big finish from somewhere.
James, you require 144.
Is this the moment for Hubbard's big finish? 144 isn't going to go, and so Nicolaou's got an opportunity to get the break, open up a 3-1 advantage in this match, and crucially,
58.
would have the darts in the
Andreas,
net
you
to get the job
require
done.
96.
Now, this is the spot where you do go double-double if you don't get the treble 20. James's first match, he went double-double when he didn't need to. And Andreas doesn't need to either.
May just be a dart at the bullseye for James, but he's going to get an opportunity to level this match up once
31.
more.
James, you require 86.
Andreas ponders what if. Well, added bonus. 2 at double 16. All square. Level we are at 2-2. Nicolaou may feel like he's missed a trick there. He had the opportunity to move 3-1 up. Didn't give himself an opportunity at anything. Hubbard mops up the 86 cleanly with 2 darts. And level we are at 2 apiece.
He has shown a great deal of composure so far today, James. But I think we've seen that 99.9% of the time from Andreas this week. If we're trying to establish his strengths and identify his perceived weaknesses, I think the way he conducts himself on the oche, it looks
93.
as good as you could ask for someone who's a bit of a greenhorn at this level.
I feel like Andreas is one of those players that if he can qualify again and get a couple more appearances under his belt, I think there's a player we can work with there. Do you remember when we first had the ADC European players come over for the first time? And there was a lot of players that perhaps were a little bit wet between the ears, inexperienced. Marvin van Velsen is a great example of this. Somebody who the first time he was here really struggled. Then he went back. He worked on his game, had another tilt at it, was more successful. I'm not saying Andreas is a future series winner in rating. He could well be. But I think he's a player that as time goes on, if we can give him more opportunities here, I think we're going to see a player that improves over time. We can really work with
96.
Yeah, I think his action may be just a little bit rigid at this point. He does have a bit of fluctuation in his elbow height when he's delivering darts, and that is something that maybe needs to be minimised a little bit.
100.
But there are some good fundamentals there. A good solid base to work with. But I think at this stage, it is fair to
56.
say he is good enough to qualify for Group C. If he'd made it to Group B this week, that would have been him ahead of schedule for me. But I'm glad you mentioned Marvin van Velsen, because he's the perfect example of what you were saying.
Well, the first time he was here, he had exactly the same issues in terms of his action. Went away, worked on it, got better as time went along. Now, the difference of Marvin is he's in a catchment area in the Netherlands where you're playing quality week in, week out. And this is not to be disrespectful to darts in Cyprus, but he probably doesn't have the same level of opposition week in, week out on a consistent basis.
The fact is he doesn't. James Hubbard's probably got more people to kick
56.
him on form-wise in Norfolk
Andreas, you require 146.
than Andreas has in his entire country. Albeit Norfolk and Suffolk together are putting together a very big area. Now this is a really interesting checkout for James. Where this
58.
single lands,
James, you require 60.
is key to where he stands for dart number 2. He still has to move just a little bit. And there's been nothing wrong with his double top shooting today.
Sweet as an art at the top of the board. He gets a break of throw. 3-2 to the good. Andreas Nicolaou had an opportunity to lead this game 3-1. He's seen this game just begin to slip from his fingers. I actually spent some time with Craig Galliano, the Gibraltarian player, last year. And one of the things he said was Gibraltar and Cyprus, in terms of the darting landscape, are probably two very similar places. Is there are players that can compete back home, but the problem is you're always playing them at the latter ends of competition. So actually, because you're always playing them, you actually work them players out. And so actually you become numb to the fact you're playing the better players. So when you come over here and you play in tournaments in the UK where you're playing the best players in the world, sometimes it can actually be harder to play the tough matches, because the tougher matches back home you kind of work out because you know the opposition inside out.
So does that explain why Stowe bunts when the Gibraltar Open? Because when he turned up, they didn't know how to play him.
Quite possibly. Amazing facilities, by the way, out there in Gibraltar.
They don't suffer with facilities. They just don't have the same catchment as a Netherlands or a Germany or a Belgium or a Scotland or a Wales or an England.
134.
Although I did find out when I went over there in October, actually quite sad, that... Do you remember when they used to play the Gibraltar Darts Trophy at the Territory Hall at the Victoria Stadium?
All too well.
The whole facility's getting knocked to the ground.
96.
Well, that's today's good news.
The football team used to sing the national anthem pointing towards it, facing the Rock of Gibraltar. That's what I found out from that trip.
Yeah, but if you'd played there, Henry, like most of us have, even James has played there. We shared a room together at the O'Callaghan Hotel, I think it is, and he did pretty well there. But the fact remains is that facility needed to be bulldozed.
Games require 104.
And James may be bulldozing his way to 4 points. Even though he's not taking this out, this is still a very winnable situation.
56. Andreas, you require 164.
Connor Scott hit a 164 yesterday to save his skin against Daryl Pilgrim. Is Andreas Nicolaou going to find one here against James Hubbard? Another one of them. Bullseye. That would have been Checo of the week. Make no bones about it if that went. But as a consequence of Nicolaou failing to find the bullseye, Hubbard's going to get 2 darts here to win the match 4-2. And they're both going to be at double 16.
I'm not sure that he wanted that 16. He definitely wants the double 16, though.
Game shot
and finds the double 16. And James Hubbard doubles up in the wins department. 2 games played, 2 wins for Andreas Nicolaou. His 2 defeats, and just like in Group A, he's staring down the barrel at the bottom of the table. But for James Hubbard, he is the first player to move on to 4 points, courtesy of a 4-2 win against the Cypriot. Coming up after the break, Tommy Morris takes on Jenson Walker. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, James Hubbard got his second win of the day, a 4-2 success against the Cypriot Andreas Nicolaou. Into game 5 now, and it sees Tommy Morris and Jenson Walker go toe-to-toe. Jenson looking to double up in terms of wins on this opening day's player group C. While to Tommy Morris, he lost out 4-3 to Adam Mould in his opening match. And so far today, Jenson Walker has put in the performance of any player, average of 92.5, 40% on his doubles, and a 4-0 dismantling of the Cypriot Andreas Nicolaou.
Game on.
For Tommy, there was moments, but you could say maybe that game against Adam Mould has categorised his week so far. There was good moments, but he didn't get the result he wanted as he kicks off this game for Max.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
46.
Darts is a particularly cruel sport sometimes.
125.
You can play really well, but this format really does find you out. You don't need any more information on that than last week with Adam Savada, because he had 3 perfect days. He made the final, but he didn't win. So much positivity, but didn't quite get the end product because Alex Small had different ideas.
Require 96.
What ideas have Tommy Morris got in this first leg?
80.
Double 8 miss for 12 darter. And he was excellent on Saturday night, was Alex Small. Timed his run to perfection. He's the first name into the hat for the 10th Champions Week here at the
16.
Super Series. Somewhere Tommy Morris has never been before, but somewhere he wants to be in 2025. And a 13 darter sees him take the opening leg of this contest against Jenson Walker.
Game on.
If you are tuning into the MODUS Super Series for the first time this afternoon because you've just downloaded the Pluto TV app to your smart device, whether it's a handheld device or a smart TV or something like that.
140.
And you did used to watch via a different platform. You might think we're going to play 12 consecutive weeks of qualifying action into the Champions Week. Well, we actually have a different format this year, don't we, Henry?
Yep, we're going to split the series in half, so 6 weeks followed by specials week. So we're going to have the third double trouble week in a few weeks' time. Now, I'm not going to give away the names of the players that are playing in that, but I have seen the list, and it is very, very good, the players we've got for that. That's going to take place after week 6 of the series. Well, Tommy Morris here is going a bit berserk. His second max of the match. He had a 13 darter in leg 1, and he's going to have an opportunity here to potentially break in 11 to win leg 2.
93. Tommy, you require 96. 38.
Jenson sticking around, though, just in case Tommy wasn't going to click that one. He's looking for the John Part.
Game shot on the
just like John did
Jenson Walker.
22 years ago against Philip Douglas Taylor at the Tavern.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Jenson wasn't even born when that happened.
140.
You didn't hear that, but my shoulders just sank.
I was still in nappies at that point.
All right, that's enough out of you.
85.
I won't tell you how old I was.
60.
I used to get this stuff from Hubbard, you know, when I used to room with him on tour. I wasn't even born when you did that.
121.
Oh, this is really good from Morris. He's already trying to put his foot down.
140.
But it's almost as if he's going to win this game, he's going to have to put his foot down and twist it.
134. Tommy require 161.
Both players on a finish after 9. Morris first poke of the 161. He's not going to get.
90. Jenson, you
Can
require
Walker find?
161.
And intercept the gun who's firing on all cylinders right now. He's not going to, so Morris back for 2-1.
65.
You said this
Tommy,
is going to be the
require
fastest game of the
71.
group. You weren't kidding. Oh, yeah,
on
that's
the
a great
third
guide
leg,
for
Tommy
Tommy.
Morris.
If you look at the way his darts go on the board, I think his best friend double has got to be
Fourth
double
leg,
16.
it's Jenson
He's
to
going to
the
lead
first.
tops a lot, but if his
Game
game's
on.
going to evolve, my advice to him is this. Look at the way your darts behave.
59.
Look at what's going to be kind to you. If he's outside of tops looking for a marker, I don't think it's 100% kind. But if he's just outside of 16s and he gets a marker like that,
139.
that will work every time.
Well, this is just a joy to watch.
108.
This is like Jurgen Klopp Gegenpress darts.
140.
Quick fire, brilliance, and you just cannot take your eyes off it.
Yeah,
95.
good ball management there from Tommy and from Jenson. We've seen it all the way through this game. The use of the bullseye in the previous leg.
Jenson, you require 160.
They're in a rhythm. They're both doing the right things at the right times.
Walker may have to take this out because Morris is on 82 after 9 to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. 88 left here for Walker.
99. Tommy, you require 82.
For 3-1 lead, double top
42.
doesn't go for Tommy.
Jenson, you require 68.
Based on the way things have gone this week then, Jenson hits this.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jenson Walker.
Nothing is coming easy to Tommy
Fifth
this
leg,
week at
it's
all.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
It's like he's got £1 million in his pocket in cash and they say, sorry,
100.
card only.
96.
6 minutes, and we are at the midway point of the match.
100.
And Tommy Morris isn't relenting from this high standard that he's set his stall from right from the very get-go of this contest.
60. 78.
109, the average, which is dipped down as a result of that particular turn. Jenson's playing better than game 1, but getting no change.
96.
Tommy has had a ton plus average this week, 103 and change. And in times gone by, he's played better than
83.
that by about 3 points. So this shouldn't really be a surprise. And neither should that. Because again, Tommy Morris is playing well, and he can't get rid of his opponent.
45. Jenson, you require
Is this
69.
the moment Jenson Walker really takes charge of this match? Morris missed a chance to go 3-1 to the good.
29.
He's had to evade
Tommy,
a dart
you
to go
require
3-2
95.
down.
Great recovery.
59.
doesn't get the end product.
Jenson, you require 40.
This is for a break of throw and to make himself favourite for the match.
Jenson Walker has sat in the background for a lot of this
Game
game,
shot
but for the
fifth leg,
first time
Jenson
he's in
Walker.
front. The first couple of darts were nervy, but last dart in hand on double 5, he applies the goods.
Sixth leg,
And for
it's
the
Jenson
first
to the
time, he
reverse.
finds himself in
Game
front.
on.
Tommy Morris looks in the background and wonders what could have been. Had darts to go 3-1 up, had darts to go 3-2 up. He finds himself behind, and now Jenson Walker is making a real kick towards the line.
That is now the 5th maximum of this match. Jenson has 3, Tommy's got 2. Incredible quality. But you can't ignore just how much Tommy's played well here, but still finds himself knocking on a door where nobody might be home.
Familiar story, but don't tell Ange Postecoglou that.
41.
You won't find many fans of other clubs with sympathy for Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur at the minute. But if you consider the town where Jenson's from, Coventry, well, they shot themselves in the foot by firing Mark Robbins. They deserve everything they get.
59.
Doing okay, though, under Frank Lampard, although they did lose 4-1 at Fratton Park to Portsmouth just before Christmas.
Shocker that you know that.
I was there.
Ah, now that single 5 could be the biggest error that Tommy's made. He can rescue it by taking a 1-5-6 out.
58.
And this really would be Herculean.
56.
Hang on to your hats. But Morris cannot find the second triple. He's going to do the next best task and leave himself on a single to double. This is Walker's chance on his throw to win the match, and now he has to take out a tub plus out to win this leg. He may as well do so. Double 16 just goes a begging. Morris is back to take us all the way.
All the way, Jose.
Tommy Morris.
That's where we're going. What a game. 99 average Morris. 92-ish for Jenson.
It's Tommy to throw first.
And now he's got the throwback. He's the favourite once again, but can he close the deal?
60.
Well, this game really has ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? It was Morris that dominated the early exchanges. Walker came back into the contest, led 3-2, has had a dart to win it 4-2. And now we go the distance, Morris with the darts. And looking to take full advantage of that fact. His third max of the match. His average moves in excess of a ton again. And he's in charge of this contest again.
27.
Well, you could hear the frustration there from Jenson Walker.
Yeah, that's like walking into a very famous baker's and realising there's no sausage rolls left. You're going to have to settle yourself for a tuna sandwich, young man. You just see that he's trying to compose himself here, that he was so frustrated with the previous visit that he wasn't feeling right going into this visit. That was very mature.
60.
But he's come up dry at the worst possible time, and now Morris has all the time he wants to wrap this match up once and for all. It would mean that he'd get his first win on the board.
And join Walker and Mould on 2 points. With only James Hubbard staying undefeated for
47.
now.
Tommy, you require 76.
Well, Jenson had a dart to win it on double 16 in the previous leg. Tommy Morris is going to get match darts. He's going to get one right here, right now at double 16. And both players now have missed a dart at that target to win this match.
But the crucial thing is, 90. Not just that Jenson missed the 25 there, but Tommy comes back.
Double 4.
12.
He is going to come back for 3 more, but he's going to come back for 3 more at double 2. Jenson will feel like if he can pile in a big visit here, he can put surmountable pressure on his opponent. He's unable to do so. He saved his worst leg till last, and Tommy Morris to eventually down Jenson Walker. Looks at double 2. And with his 6th match dart, Tommy Morris picks up his first win in leg 7. He gets the better of Jenson Walker by 4 legs to 3. For Jenson, he had a dart to win it, having got 3-2 up and a break in hand. But Morris stayed resilient. He stayed in the contest. And then in the final leg, fired in the big numbers and eventually got over the line with his 6th match dart. Morris 4, Walker 3, Robertson Mould comes up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Pluto TV, where before the break, Tommy Morris got the better of Jenson Walker by 4 legs. I mean, what a game we saw. Morris with an average of 94.5. It was straggling around the ton mark for most of the contest before missing match darts at the line. Walker losing his first game, and so it means, as far as the league table is concerned, James Hubbard at the top on 4, Walker and Morris on 2, alongside Adam Mould, who can put himself onto 4 points if he can get the better of Steve Robertson. It's the final game from the second round of fixtures here on this Thursday afternoon. As far as Adam Mould was concerned, it was a decent performance against Tommy Morris. A 4-3 win, an average of 87.5, couple of maxis, 4 from 12 on his doubles. And if the truth be told, if he plays
First
like that
leg,
and Steve
it's Steve to
Robertson
throw
plays the
first.
type, it
Game
could
on.
be one-way traffic in this match.
Yeah, it could be, but don't judge what someone does in round 1 fully. They can still rebound. And what we saw from Robertson from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, it was improvement. But there's a huge difference between Group A and Group C. There are 2 major differences, in fact. This campaign is 1/3 shorter, so you don't have as much wiggle room. And Group C means you only have one more chance to make it through to Saturday. Group A, you've still got the safety net of Group C or B. There are no safety nets in Group C.
For Adam, his Super Series experience is a
83.
bit of a mixture of everything. He's had a few campaigns in Group A, but he's also been in this position where he's played just straight in from the Group C a fair bit as well. Nothing will faze him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's played
60.
every single session that we can offer. Experience can't be bought, but it can be gained. And when someone's been playing here for a couple of years, well, let's face it, he started in the January of 2023. A matter of 3 to 4 months after we came to Portsmouth. And since then, he's become
49.
a regular fixture.
Mould has been around this building ever since.
I'm sure Adam's never heard a joke
140.
in relation to things like mildew or anything like that because of his nickname, Mouldy. Mould can sometimes be a good thing. Just the next time you look at blue cheese,
82.
the
Adam,
blue
you
is
require
mould.
93.
That's what gives it the strong flavour.
Swiftly moving on. And swiftly
Gets
moving
on
into a
the
1-0
first
lead.
leg,
Adam
Adam
Mould on a
Mould.
14-dart breaker throw to get his nose in front.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Steve solemnly shakes his head at the back of the stage. He would have come in today with
81.
refreshed hope and a refreshed feel with everybody back on 0 points. But he must be thinking very quickly that this group is following the same trajectory and the same path as Group A.
50.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly encouraging right now, that's for sure. I think his football team are doing slightly better than he is this week. He is a Sunderland fan.
59.
I'm always keen to find out who someone's favourite player is when they support a club that not everybody follows. You walk into a Manchester United fan and you expect them to say Ryan Giggs, Eric Cantona, something like that. Maybe the late, great
45.
Dennis Law. But when it comes to Sunderland, not that I actually care much, because I'm a Newcastle fan, but looking at Steve's age, over 50,
134.
supported them a long time, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Marco Gabbiadini.
Sure, at this present moment of time, it's Wilson Isidior who is doing all the damage for the Black Cats. Fourth in the Championship table. Could win
100.
automatic promotion to the Premier League this year.
Joe Bellingham's still there, isn't he?
Yes, but probably not for much longer.
Yeah, I figured.
Roy Keane won
60.
promotion to the Premier League as manager of Sunderland. Did his job.
Yeah, but he wasn't there very long, was he?
One of the best press food in the country at the Stadium of Light, by the way.
53. Adam, you require 160
Always
steps.
tastes a little bitter when I go there. That's a beautiful dart. That one is just as good. And that one came out like a
134.
googly. You saw that one travelling in the air and it just said, actually, I've got nothing left.
Well, at this present moment in time, it has
48.
been one-way
Adam, you
traffic. It has
require
been all
33.
about Adam Mould, who can get a strong hold in this game if he can find double 16.
Gets
2
on
up
the second
and
leg,
in
Adam
cruise
Mould.
control of this contest.
Well, funnily enough,
Third
after 2
leg,
legs,
Steve to throw first.
Adam is averaging 96.97, which is exactly the best average that Steve has had this week.
It's the long nature of the week just beginning to
44.
take a little bit of a toll for Steve.
Yeah, just because these Group C players who played the last 3 days get a longer lie-in this morning and a later start,
140.
that doesn't really detract from how difficult it is to play 5 games a day, 5 days in a row. Speak to anybody who's done it for the very first time. They will say the same thing. It is difficult.
59.
Speak to James Hubbard about it a little bit later on. He was doing it during COVID when this project began, playing against various talents from all over the country and even all over Europe. We had Boris Koltsov playing from Moscow during that phase of this project's development. Adam Huckvale, myself, Mark Webster, David Evans, Richie Erdhouse, Martin Adams. So many different talents. And we were playing more than 5 games a day.
Was it Boris Koltsov who had the infamous motorbike?
No, that was Jose Justicia.
140.
And when it went by, it would be very loud in our ears. Boris had the very famous curtains. He had these very somewhat theatrical British racing green curtains in the background. Made him look like he was in a theatre.
Would have been easy for photoshopping stuff.
85.
Well, Mould here 6 starts away from a 3-0 lead in this contest, and if the truth be told, he has been able
43.
to do what he's wanted to, when he's wanted to.
Something's got to change for Steve, and fast. You can lose your first couple of games, and you can still rebound. We've seen it before.
40.
I'd go so far to say that you can't lose your first couple of games and win only one solitary leg, because your leg difference becomes a problem from the off.
$121.
Really, really well done there from Adam.
See, type of dart smash which would get Owen Binks getting the pom-poms out.
I'd go so far to say that Adam definitely knows his apples.
85.
And none of them are poisoned.
16.
And that is
Yeah,
as sweet
on
as
the
a nut,
third
and that's a
leg,
3-0
Adam
lead for Adam Mould, and that's a double breaker throw in his favour.
Fourth
Now
leg.
there
It's
is a
Adam to
man
throw first.
with a lot on his
Game on.
mind. Don't tell me that losing is easy.
140.
Right now, this very tall man from Choppington in Northumberland is starting to feel like a very tall man in a very shallow room. He's very uncomfortable.
134.
And this stage can be all-encompassing. It's a
96.
place where big dreams and big opportunities can arise, but it can also be a place where, for some players, a black hole arises, and all you do is get sucked into it.
100.
Well, that's what he's got to do now for me. Just try and go back to basics. Today hasn't started naturally brilliantly. What he's got to do over the next few legs that he plays is just remain straight.
83.
Not everybody can be Ryan Fox in golf, who at the recent Dubai Desert Classic missed every fairway he went for and still only shot 1 over par. Not everybody can do that. In this sport, you've got to be able to stay
26.
straight.
Must have been rough for him.
$127.
There's another pick off for Adam. He's going to get a look at 55 to win by 4 legs to 0. And if he does that, he's going to be on 4 points and a leg difference of +5, which is exactly what Hubbard has.
81.
It's been professional, it's been destructive. It's an average just under a ton at this present moment in time. He has done everything he has had to do to demolish Steve Robertson by 4 legs to 0, and Adam Mould moves on to 4 points in the group. An average of 98.5, 4 from 5 on his doubles. An excellent display for Mouldy for Steve Robertson. He's going to have to find a way of picking himself up for the rest of this Group C. That the tail of the tape. Mould 4, Robertson 0. Andreas, Nicolaou and Tommy Morris go toe-to-toe next. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nicolaou!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of play on this Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen up to press. A couple of wins apiece for Adam Mould and James Hubbard. They're the top 2 or 4 points after a couple of rounds worth of play. There's also been victories for Tommy Morris and Jenson Walker in the opening 6 matches, and it is Morris we're going to see up next against the Cypriot Andreas Nicolaou. It's the first game of the middle round of fixtures for the day. And for Tommy Morris, prior to that performance before the break from Adam Mould, it was the best we'd seen from anybody all day. Average of 94.5, 3 maximums, 4 from 13 on his doubles, up against Jenson Walker, who actually had a dart to beat Morris there. He takes on Andreas Nicolaou, who's lost to Jenson himself, and also a 4-2 defeat to James Hubbard. And you feel like for the Cypriot, if he's going to have any realistic chance of making it through to Saturday's finals for the first time, he's probably going to have to win this game.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I think what he's going to have to do, Henry, is win 2 of his last 3 games, just to stay in with a shout. And there's no guarantee that Mould and Hubbard at the top of the table are going to remain undefeated.
6.
Both of them can't. But if, for example, Mould and Hubbard walk away with 10 points and 8 points respectively, where do you want to sit at worst? And that is 4 points. It does put you under a great deal of pressure on Friday, probably to win all of your games. But you'd rather have a chance than no chance.
The smallest glimmers are better than no hope at all.
59.
Realistically, 6 points is probably going to be the mark that a lot of players will look at the end of the day and think, right, I'm in with a really good chance of making it through here with a really good day on Friday. And this is a big game for Tommy Morris. Lost his opener
59.
to Adam Mould, and there is a possibility that we could see the potential for there being a
68.
3, perhaps 4-horse race if you include Jenson Walker in the mix, and you feel like it's the type of Group C where personal head-to-heads may play a huge and significant role.
140. $85.
I think if Tommy wants to get some confidence from this one, he'd be looking not just to win this game, but win it by a margin. He doesn't want to be getting involved in these scuffles like he's been involved in with Walker and with Mould so far. Both of his games going 4-3, and Scott Mitchell picked up on something yesterday.
125.
Fabulous start.
Andreas, you
He
require
was in 8 4-3s and he
123.
lost 7 of them. He's being embroiled. Clickety-click left. As they say in bingo. 99.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, apparently,
Andreas Nicolaou.
1, 2, 3 is as easy as ADC.
And for
Second leg,
Andreas,
it's Tommy
he
to
has
the
been
first.
knocking on the door of a
Game
top
on.
plus checker. He's missed a double for it on 3 occasions today, 4th time being the charm.
100.
And he did beat Tommy Morris in one of those last leg deciders that you mentioned in the previous leg. 4-3 in yesterday's meeting. The 2 other fixtures between this pair saw Tommy Morris run out a 4-0 winner on both occasions.
81.
Now, would you like to play a little bit of On This Darting Day? It is the 30th of January,
60.
2025. And this is a really interesting one for me because 3 years ago, to the date, Joe Cullen won the PDC Masters, beating Dave Chisnell 11-9 in the final. But prior to that, on that day,
123.
Luke Littler won the JDC Super 16. 3 years later,
140.
one of them is looking to get back into the top 16 in the world. One of them is world number 2.
I'll tell you what a ring it would be as well if the world champion could become the world master come Sunday night. Really
84.
looking forward to watching that particular tournament unfold this weekend.
It has happened in the past.
45.
John Walton did it in 2001.
Burnett won it in 94, 95. And that's the same season, remember, in BDO terms.
I don't think it was the same season, but Les Wallace did it, didn't he?
Yes. And the BDO season runs from
38.
October to
Tommy, you
October.
require 156.
Well, it did anyway.
60.
I'm always looking at 96 to square this contest up at 1-1.
99.
This is an
Tommy,
important
you
shot.
require 96.
Got to start closing people out. He's going to stay on the 60, is he? There is a better play here. Could have gone 2 double 19s.
72.
He gets a double, but
Andreas, you require 76.
it's not something that takes the leg. Could have gone double 18 tops. Is that a good dot for Tommy? Turns out it was. And he comes back for double 12.
34.
But there was a
36.
possibility
Tommy required
that
24.
stubbornness could have shot
Game
the
shot
gun
on the
in the
second leg.
foot.
Tommy Morris.
But Morris fires the double 12, and eventually he's level at 1 apiece.
Third leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
The funny thing about darts these days, no matter where you look, something's happening. And the greatest thing about the MODUS Super Series is that
100.
it's a place where so many people come and they have their moment for a 3 or 4 month period. It might even be just one moment in an entire year. We don't know if Andreas is going to play here again this year. This might be his only opportunity. But there are other things going on around the world, not just the PDC World Masters this weekend and the Super Series Week 2.
60.
It's actually the Dutch Open this weekend. And I'd personally like to send up my very best of luck to George Noble,
90,
who was
sir.
playing in the tournament in the pairs. George of refereeing note, man of many skills, apparently.
Who knows? Decent performance this weekend. We might see him in Group C before too long.
58.
Now, in this match, we're starting to see Tommy Morris not free-flowing like he was against Jenson Walker. You could accuse him of not liking the pace
30.
against Nicolaou, but in the first couple of days this week, he did beat him 4-0,
59.
but then did lose 4-3 yesterday. So is Andreas starting to figure Tommy out, maybe?
Well, it's certainly been a stop-start contest up to press. And there's been no air of comfortability at all. But Tommy Morris has got an opportunity here to move himself 2-1 in front. He had trailed this match 1-0. But he's put himself in a position here, 64 left in hand, to get his nose in front for the first time. And there's nothing at this present moment in time that Andreas can do about it.
79. Tommy requires 64.
Double top.
44.
Just
Andreas
seems to be
require
handing
114.
Andreas 1 or 2 chances that maybe he shouldn't be. You're not going to hit everything on the dartboard, but the last thing you want to be seeing is your opponent taking out multiple ton plus finishes.
94. Tommy, you require
Now again,
20.
being restricted to just one dart and a double on the back of a ton plus combo. That's awkward.
No score.
He's gone as close as he
Andreas,
could
you
without
require
finding it. He's
20.
presented his opponent free and had a double 10 to lead a game 2-1 in which he should be trailing in.
Tommy is really going to the well here. This is now a mental battle because he's 2-1 down.
Andreas Nicolaou.
Andreas Nicolaou is being outplayed for large swathes of this game, but Tommy Morris has missed 4 opportunities at a double, and he has taken advantage of it. I do feel like, and I don't know whether you would agree or disagree with me on this, but it's felt like a few times today when Tommy Morris has had one dart at the end of a combo at a double, that dart at double has just felt a little bit rushed.
We've been watching him now for about 18 months.
59.
He's had plenty of visits here. I think him not getting a tour card recently at Q School is a good thing.
79.
I wasn't really convinced that he was 100% ready for the PDC Pro Tour. I think there's still more to learn. There's still more to iron out. And one of those things is his overall rhythm. He still hasn't quite got it nailed down 100%.
82.
But boy, is he getting closer.
It's all about striking that right balance. And it took Ricky Evans a number of years, and he still tried to really find the real finesse as to what is too quick and what is perhaps too staccato for him.
Yeah, don't get me started on Ricky Evans. Vastly talented.
60.
But there are more than 16 players better than him in the world.
100.
Put it this way, I hope that I get the phone call when him and Danny Lauby play at some point this year. That's a game I wouldn't mind commentating on. Be a bit more like a horse racing commentary than anything else.
You wouldn't have to say much. You wouldn't have time.
59.
Now, this is a leg that Tommy should win quite simply.
100.
Get rid of it. Move on. You've got a dart lead and the throw. get rid of 196 in 5 or 6 darts.
99.
That's what a
Tommy
world-class player
required
does
96.
most of the time.
56.
And the likelihood is he
Andreas
will get
required
shots at tops.
142.
But it's not when yet, it's if.
Missed a dart for 149 early on today. He's not going to get a dart on the back of the 142.
Tommy require 40.
Tommy Morris is living somewhat of a charmed life in this match.
Game
He
shot
finds
on
himself
full
level at
flag. Tommy
2-2,
Morris.
but he knows in his heart of hearts he should be dominating this contest.
5th flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you've just got to win a game an ugly way. Honest answer, Henry, what's the worst name of a
71.
tournament in darts that you've ever heard? We've talked about the best names. Majority of them are in North America, like the Choo Choo Classic and things like that. But what's the worst name of a darts tournament? Because I have information about one that's going on this weekend, which really does vault its way to #1 in the charts.
Good question.
78.
I suppose the International Darts League not being a league doesn't really help its cause, does it?
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that one. But does it beat
60.
the season opening Darts Open?
95.
Tell me that someone asked for a tournament name via AI without telling me that somebody asked for a tournament name on AI. That is taking place in Hungary this weekend, and the people who organise that, hang your heads in shame.
96.
That is terrible.
You should see its follow-up tournament. Second one of the season.
58.
I'm getting to the age now, Henry, where I really do have to voice my opinions about some people's efforts. That is atrocious. Now, the MODUS Super Series is called so because it's a series of weeks. It has an identity.
100.
Imagine walking up to someone in the street and saying, "Oh, I won the season opening Darts Open." Oh, okay.
100.
Double 15 left for Tommy.
Andreas requires 74.
His campaign opened with a loss. He has bounced back. But if Nicolaou takes out 41 more, Morris can only win the game by 4 legs to 3, and he's missed a single.
48.
A cardinal sin from
Tommy,
the
you
Cypriot,
require
and it's
30.
allowed Morris to come back to move 3-2 up. It's been such a strange contest, this match. Missed doubles have played Morris all match long. It's 2 from 10 on the outer ring, and it's allowed his opponent an opportunity here, a double 13, to move within a leg of claiming his second consecutive win.
I don't think that double 15 suits his throw at all.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Andreas Nicolaou.
Well, there you go. 13 is unlucky for some. It's unlucky for Tommy.
6th leg. It's Tommy to
The
throw
right
first.
side of the board, it
Game
doesn't
on.
seem to suit Tommy at all. Around double 15, double 10, possibly double 6.
99.
When you're on 30 points, don't think that you have to go for double 15. One of the best outs from there is 14 double 8.
Andreas Nicolaou looking for back-to-back wins against the man from Poole, who may well be swimming against the tide if he loses this particular contest. He first smacks off the contest at a
81.
perfect time against the throw, and he sees the initiative potentially in this leg.
You know how some players react when they lose. They don't take it well, and I don't mind that because losing isn't fun. Now, across the road from our studio here in Portsmouth, there is an escape room. If Tommy loses this match, he's going to need a rage room.
85.
And if you don't know what one of those is, I think we could all do with one of those in our life at some point.
That's where Paul Nicholson's actually going in between sessions.
If there was one, I would.
Well, Andreas Nicolaou is nicknamed Blue
39.
because that's his favourite pop band. And for Tommy Morris, this could be a game that flies by. But if
45.
Andreas wins this, he may breathe a bit easier.
Are you kidding me? Blue is his favourite band. Have they not found any streaming platforms in Cyprus yet? And they're still on CDs.
Well, Blue is a musical
100.
connection for Andreas. Also a famous Eiffel 65 track, wasn't it?
87. Andreas, you require 100.
As far as the table is concerned, Andreas is going to stay in 5th position if he hits this. And he can still hit it.
40.
Morris needs a
Tommy, you
catalyst,
require
and he needs it
104.
now.
16's on 104 is not going to go for Tommy Morris. This is
48.
a game he will feel
Andreas, you
like
require
he is let
6.
pass him by. An opportunity that he has let slip. And for Andreas Nicolaou, an opportunity to get his first 2 points on the board and to
Game shot
keep
and the
himself
match.
in
Andreas
contention
Nicolaou.
in this Group C. For Tommy Morris, it's 2 defeats from his opening 3 matches. He looked so good last time out when he got the better of Jenson Walker. He's reverted back to type. And for Andreas Nicolaou, that's back-to-back wins against the gun. And this is how he's done so. A 4-2 win, 4 from 5 on his doubles. For Morris, he missed 8 at the outer ring. Quite simply put, too many for him. A 4-2 win for the Cypriot. We head to the middle match of the session after the break as James Hubbard takes on Adam Mould. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the new
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Andreas Nicolaou got the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 2. That means that the Cypriots got his first win and condemns Tommy Morris to just 2 points in the table. And so it makes this next match even bigger between James Hubbard and Adam Mould. Both these players on 4 points. Both players have won their opening couple of matches. And whoever's victorious here will move on to 6 points and will open up a bit of a gap from those in third position downwards, particularly ahead of Jenson Walker's game against Steve Robertson. And for James, well, there was an improvement from win 1 to win 2, but the same could be said of Adam Mould, who averaged 98.5 in a dismantling of Robertson last time out.
44.
Yeah, good point, Henry, because both players have improved from game 1 to game 2. But Adam's base level from game 1 and his improvement to game 2 was higher. Started with an 87 and then graduated to a 98.5 average. Whereas James went from almost 80 to around 86.5.
96.
What that tells us is that if Adam turns up right now, he should win. Even though he doesn't have the darts.
58.
But that little portion of the competitive part of your body and your brain, it kicks in when you've won 2 out of 2, and you say to yourself, well, I don't want to lose. I want to stay undefeated. Someone's always got to go.
Somebody will lose their bagel. Nobody wants to lose a bagel.
57.
You're probably not going to like what I'm about to say. Not really a fan of bagels.
Yeah, I'm more of a donut man myself.
140.
No, just say you are what you eat, Nico.
Well, apparently I'm a tuna sandwich then.
60. James, you require.
That was a great 140 from James
136.
to leave the finish. He's got to impose himself on his own throw in this match. And look at the way he interacts with the referee. Doesn't even have to look at Jack. That's someone who is very used to interacting with someone on the stage and doesn't have to engage every sense with them. He can do so whilst looking at the board and what he needs to do. That in itself is experience.
162. James, you require 16.
Stagecraft of the highest extreme as he looks a 8-8 to take out the opening leg.
He's 4-4. Mould waiting to pounce.
12.
And he's going to get his chance to pounce. 12 for the break of the opening leg. Double 6.
12.
And it's beginning to get a little bit scrappy out there in this top of the table clash. First of all, flashpoint coming in the first leg, in which Hubbard eventually holds it, squeezes into the corner of the 2-2. Mould knows there was a big opportunity missed there. Hubbard won up and just about hangs on to the throw that he has in this match.
60.
When James made his World Championship debut, he played Richie Burnett and he was wearing yellow. Any idea why he was wearing yellow?
93.
Famous Chizzy yellow.
No, it had nothing to do with Dave. He's a Norwich fan.
60.
I wonder how he feels about how they're playing at the moment. He's very proud of being where he's from. It took me a long time to figure out how to say the town where he lives. I thought it was Wymondham. It's actually Wyndham.
Sure, we'll be happy with the progress Norwich City are making, just on the periphery of the playoffs. Borja Signs is scoring left, right and centre. But for James Hubbard, in terms of the big scoring in this game, be wondering, where are you? Let's be having you.
Come on!
6.
It was only a matter of time before that came out.
Oh,
that's a classy visit. Turning what could have been an awful turn into something very, very good indeed. And that treble 5 is getting a lot of attention.
Too much attention for his liking.
135.
But great recovery. Darts 2 and 3 to leave himself on a finish. It's a big one, but it's one nonetheless.
Well, Adam really is struggling with his line here. He's gone left.
40.
He's gone right.
James, you require 155.
And James will have to recognise that Adam is not playing the same level of darts as he was in the last couple of hours.
I think it's fair to say that neither players
Adam,
have really settled in this contest up to press. Mold's not going to take out the 149. Hubbard's going to get a break chance with this 62 to take a 2-0 lead in this match.
125. James, you require 62.
Second time that Mould has left double 12 with Hubbard on a finish. Fascinating. Tops has been good to him.
22.
Took a little pause before
Adam,
that one.
require 24.
Maybe the dart didn't sit in his grip the way he wanted, hence the pause.
Game
But
shot
Adam
the
does not
second
miss double
leg.
12 this
Adam
time.
If we are at 1-1, this game may be a bit more of a scrap
Third leg,
at the
it's
top
James
of the
to throw
table instead
first.
of a joust between
Game
the
on.
top two.
I once bought James a present, you know, when I found out that he was born in 1992.
57.
Something went off in my head. And I thought, Norwich were pretty good back in 1992 when they had
85.
players like Brian Gunn. And I was visiting a place abroad and I found a mint-in box 1992 Sabutio Norwich City team. I gave them to him for his birthday once. I don't know if he still got them.
59.
They were really good back then.
First Premier League season, Norwich City finished third in the table, qualified for the old UEFA Cup. They were top of the table, if I remember right, for a point
96.
before Manchester United swooped in, as they did in the 90s. They would go through to the third round of the UEFA Cup. They actually beat Bayern Munich over 2 legs.
Yeah, that was a famous victory.
And would then get knocked out 2-0 on legs difference to Internazionale Milano. Brian Gunn, the goalkeeper as you mentioned, and had a Premier League legend in that
98.
lineup in Ian Culverhouse. Remember him? Brian Gunn, who incidentally went on to manage Norwich, and his first game in charge was a 7-1 home defeat to Colchester United.
120. James, you require 116.
Can't believe you went there. Looking for 419s and tops. That leaves 90.
43.
That was just a little bit scrappy. And Mould, who in this game has approached really well,
57.
doesn't necessarily
James,
do
you
it this
require
time.
73.
Got to play the game quite simply here. Singles for tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
This time in
James Hubbard.
combination, tops is coming up trumps.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
2-1 to James.
Somewhere where Adam plays a lot of darts, Bradmore Farm.
60.
He was actually featured just before the World Championship with Martin Lukman. He did a really nice section with Smash and his lovely wife.
57.
It's actually a cracking facility, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely incredible. And I've actually put it on my darting bucket list to go there at some point in 2025, maybe on their way to one of the championship tour
43.
events, in which the first 2 rounds are actually going to take place at Bradmore Farm, excellent facility. And I always think the best feedback you can always get is from players. And most of the players you talk to, when they speak about that facility, they can't rate it highly enough.
Doesn't it have a farm shop there as well?
Yes.
So you walk through the door, I'll have a pound of sausages and a game of darts. Now we're going back to the old days, aren't we?
93.
Has a farm shop, a butchery inside it.
Okay, sold. Although I've already got a butcher down in Somerset.
58.
Free-range eggs.
Don't need eggs. Just ask Scott Mitchell.
And he does supply the goods in that department as well, I can tell you that for now. And you can have your own cabin on site. They have their own accommodation. Basically, whatever you could possibly want, you can get. And I'm just having a look at some of the apartments they have. They are beautiful.
Yeah, that's because the MODUS Super Series hasn't quite gone into that yet. But when we do, we'll even have our own show called Cribs for Dart Players.
85.
Well, Adam is not playing to his best ability in this game. He's only averaging 75. Hubbard with the throw has got to take advantage of this. This is a game he will know in his own mind that he should win. And for that reason, he might be under a little bit of internal
80.
pressure that he didn't feel at the start.
$60. James, you require 126.
126 for a 3-1 lead. Single leads the ball, treble leads double six. Double six.
140.
Wasn't too far away. He scared
Adam,
that
you
and then
require
some.
116.
Four 19s.
Game shot on a four
Tops for
flag,
trumps
and a
again,
Mould.
but this time for Mould.
That was Sting James Hubbard, who himself missed
Fifth
a
flag,
dart
it's
at
James to
double
throw
six for the
first.
126.
Game on.
There we are at 2-2, and we are none the wiser between this pair. The winner moves on to 6 points. The winner puts themselves in command of this Group C at the midway point of the opening day's worth of action. Been a bit tense at times, and maybe that is because both players know how pivotal a contest this is.
Considering Group C has 2 graduates to Saturday night, if you win this one, albeit it is the first game,
140.
the second game in round 3, you can put a 4-point gap between yourself and third place.
57.
For that reason, and that reason only, this may just be the biggest match of the day so far.
82.
Some things change in darts, some things don't. It feels like Adam's been throwing these darts since the very first day that they were released.
60.
He's very happy with them. He doesn't want anything to change. When he wakes up in the morning, he does not think about changing stems, barrels, points, or flights. He knows exactly what he's going to use, and that
45.
gives you assurance.
He's found a winning formula, and he's going to stick with it, and fair play to him for that. A slipper visit last time from James.
140.
And Adam Mould has put
James, you require 134.
surmountable pressure on this 134. Hang on to your hats if this 151 goes. And the last 6 starts for
44.
James have
Adam, you
been
require
far from ideal.
151.
Earlier today, he had a 90 checkout, didn't he?
100.
He didn't hit it.
James, you require 90.
He missed the bull. It's not the bull this time. It is double top.
70.
And for the second time
Adam, you
after a
require
pause,
51.
he misses it.
Adam Mould should be nowhere near it in this leg. But he's got to get two in his hand to get the break of throw. And lead
James on the
3-2.
fifth
That's going to
leg,
hurt
Adam
Hubbard.
Mould.
Adam Mould was all the way back, but Hubbard with a poor couple of setup turns opened
Sixth
up the
leg,
door
it's
for his
Adam to throw
opponent.
first.
And he
Game
has
on.
cranked it open and cranks up the pressure upon his opponent.
$93.
Say what you like, but that was like Adam Mould putting a spanner in his soup. Because nobody wants that. There's only one way to respond,
100.
and that's to win the next two legs. If he does, I talk about this often, Henry. You find yourself in a leading position at 2-1 up. All of a sudden, you're 3-2 down.
60.
If you win the game 4-1, you feel good. But if you win from 3-2 down, you feel better. Speak to Andy Hamilton later
100.
when he plays in Group B. Ask him how it feels to be 5-3 down in sets and still win 6-5 in a World Championship semi-final. He will feel better that he won at 6-5 than 6-3.
85.
Because he found out more about himself with adversity. And that is exactly what James has got to try and find now.
Manny Hamilton's going to be here later on this evening. Graham Hall's going to be here
44.
later on tonight as well. We're going to see the return of the three-time world champion Martin Adams. Jamie Hughes, former World Masters finalist, lost to Martin Phillips back in 2014. And
59.
Ashley Coleman, the Prince of Darkness, is going to make his arrival known on the Super Series stage.
$140.
Now that's more like it. Very, very positive and right on line. But here comes Mouldy.
108.
Perfectly timed, Max. And now Hubbard is on the ropes.
17.
Has to take this out. Simple as that. Needs to find treble 19 here. He can't. And so Mould will come back for double 12 to seal his third consecutive win. And it all comes back to that
Adam, you
poor
require
passenger play
24.
in the middle of the fifth leg for Hubbard. Mould took advantage of that. He's played his cards at the perfect times. But is he going to see the game through? No, he's not.
12. James, you require 60.
That's the second time in this game he's missed 12s and 6s in a visit. Double top has had a lot to say in this game.
$40.
Disappointment
Adam,
for
you
James.
require 12.
It may be ecstasy for Adam.
No score.
But he's gone low. How low can you go?
James, you
Too low for Adam
require
Mould's
20.
liking. And what Adam Mould has just hit is what James Hubbard wants to take us all the way. Well, he's shown you the way, James. And we
on
go
the
all the
sixth
way.
leg, James
3-3.
Hubbard.
Big leg for both these players. The winner will move on to 6
final
points.
leg. It's James to throw first.
And will have control of this group midway through the opening day.
Well, the nursery rhyme went as such. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to give the poor dog a bone.
134.
When she came there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. But somebody's going to have no points at this end of the leg.
85.
Who's going to be the dog without a bone?
And who's going to have their tails wagging at the end of this particular leg?
$40.
This one has been a bit of a grind. But at this stage of the week, it's only fair to say that we see a lot of games like this. People who have ambition. people who don't necessarily play at the top level a great deal anymore or never have. And they have to work hard for every shot they get.
$59.
This will be put in the bracket of cagey, that is for sure. And for the brilliance that both of these players have provided at points today, it might just be the scrappiest leg they play
45.
all day long that could well be the most crucial.
This first start has got to be at the 20s for me. What he hits first stipulates where he goes next. 18s. Now he's got no choice. It's got to be the 20s again.
58.
So advantage Mould against the dart. 6 on 2, 3, 1 to move on to 6 points. Has had darts already win this contest? Is he going to get more?
My word, that was clever. Using the board to get to a finish. Hubbard's going to eye up that 60 now.
134. Adam, you require 167.
So much to admire about that 2 treble visit. But is it enough to get a chance to win the match?
For a moment,
99.
James Hubbard would have had his heart in his mouth, but he's going to get his opportunity to win the match. Mould squandered a chance to win the game in the previous leg. Hubbard's going to get 2 match starts of his own. 1 left at double 8. He finds double 8 and he fires home his 3rd consecutive victory. And it's James Hubbard who is in control of Group C. 3 games, 3 wins, 6 points to his name. And he now has a bit of breathing space behind him. A game played in great spirit between the pair. But it is Hubbard who wins it in a decider. Mould had darts to win it in the leg previous, but it's Hubbard who holds his nerve. A 4-3 winner against Adam Mould. Coming up after the break, Jenson Walker takes on Steve Robertson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, James Hubbard took control of Group C with a 4-3 win against Adamol. He moves on to 6 points in the group. We're now at the halfway point of our first session of the day. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening to see how Group B gets underway. And we've got quite the cast list for that. Jamie Hughes, Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams, Graham Hall and Ashley Coleman all going head-to-head from 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV, exclusively live around the world. Game 9 here sees Steve Robertson and Jenson Walker go toe-to-toe. Jenson, who got onto a superb start to his day. A 4-0 win against Andreas Nicolaou before then losing out to Tommy Morris 4-3, having had a dart to win that particular contest by 4 legs to 2. He's looking to recover 54 against Steve, who it felt like the strain of the week has just begun to catch up with him a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. He's had a couple of games off now, just to try and collect his thoughts and maybe to spend 15 or so minutes on the practice board to put right what was going wrong in the last game, which was definitely the line of his throw.
You mentioned spending time in the practice. What's the right difference between going through things and then maybe overdoing things?
Well, that's a balance you've got to strike with yourself.
100.
Some people just come off the stage after a win or a loss and they go straight back to the board. They like to keep going all
46.
day. And they don't necessarily engage with the playing roster much at all. But then there are other players who put their darts down and all they want to do is talk to someone and forget about the match for a period of 5 to 10 minutes. Well, whatever happened in the last 20 to 30 minutes for Steve?
60.
It's resulted in a much better start to this match than any other game he's played today.
It's in the 25, just confirms it with the referee Jack Garwood, trouble 20-18. Well, this would be some way to start. Beautiful for Steve Robertson. And that could just be the spark for Longshanks. A 1-2-1 check out.
Second
a 12 darter.
Throw first. Game on.
He's beginning to love life on that stage again.
That's what 12 darters do. They make you fall in love with darts again. But you don't win matches with one good leg.
100.
I'm going to be honest with you, Henry. There aren't many people I like in this life who support Sunderland
59.
Football Club. My friend Gavin from school, I let him off. Lives in Batley now in Yorkshire. He got some pelters at school. He was the only Sunderland fan there. But it is impossible not to like Steve Robertson. He is a genuinely
28.
wonderful chap. So Sunderland or no Sunderland, it makes no difference to me.
140.
And to a lot of people.
Ever seen the Netflix documentary?
85.
The Sunderland one?
Yeah.
No, I've got better things to do.
138.
Jenson Walker, big Coventry City supporter. He's enjoying life right now under Frank Lampard, and he's enjoying this second leg a little bit more than he did the first. It was a quiet start to the game for the interceptor, but it just looks like he's beginning to find his mojo, beginning to find his groove. Will feel like he's got 6 from here, but he will be aware of the fact that Robertson took out a ton plus finish to win leg 1. Walker is going to come back for an opportunity to equalise this match back up.
Jenson, you require 78.
But under heaps of pressure.
Double top.
Game shot on his second
What
leg.
pressure?
Jenson Walker.
Really clean take there, and we've seen it twice in 2 legs from both players.
Third leg, it's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
I think it would have been really funny if Jenson, when he started playing darts and getting his shirts made, if he'd have made his nickname
28.
Texas Ranger. Well, that one's just flown right over Henry's head. Walker, Texas Ranger. Still hasn't got a clue what I'm talking about, but I'm sure there are people watching this who do know. Well, like a Ranger, he does get around.
58.
Because he's won boys' tournaments all over the place over the last couple of years. All over the UK, Belgium, Finland, Switzerland, Latvia. And that's not including
95.
all of the tournaments he's won in an England shirt.
Got to say, I love the mindset, the mentality of Jenson. In the interview earlier on, I did ask him one or two, what you could perhaps perceive as slightly challenging questions, and he battered them completely out the park, probably in a way that you would expect a more experienced campaigner to do so.
85.
You look at a lot of young players with raw natural ability, but Jenson's got, I think, this added bit where I think he's so switched on upstairs.
54.
That comes with being around very experienced people at a young age. You learn quicker. It's not a new thing. Everybody thinks that the Littler sensation over the last couple of years, that is a new thing. Well, it's new
85.
for now. But if you cast your mind back 20 years, we had a young man playing darts called Matt Chapman. He was astonishing.
100.
And he played Phil Taylor at the UK Open. Matt was way ahead of his time. Even someone like Mark Day, who played for years for Buckinghamshire, he was a fabulous youth player, best in the world.
100.
It's just a question of now, it's in everybody's living rooms. We've had these stories before, but they're bigger now because there's more money, more exposure, more sponsors, more everything.
Well, I want to pay credit here to Steve Robertson because it could have been so easy for him to have just folded and accepted his fate today. But right now, averaging just a shade under a ton on the cusp of a 2-1 lead. He's going to get 2 darts at top to do exactly that. Credit has to go where credit's due because he really struggled in his first couple of matches. But Steve Robertson's gone back, had a bit of time out, and now he's come back a completely different man.
Game on.
There may be something that Steve does on a regular basis that is readying him for what he's doing now. If you play Super League darts, which I believe now is best of 7, it used to be best of 3, you'd play one singles game every Thursday, Sunday, Friday, whenever you have your Super League
96.
nationwide. Because we're talking about domestic darts here in the UK. You're not going to play brilliant every week. You're going to have brilliant weeks. You're going to have substandard weeks. You're going to win. You're going to lose. What he might be doing
59.
is breaking these games up into individual matches like he does when he plays Super League.
58.
So game 1 is week 1. Game 2 is week 2. Putting them into their own little pigeonhole and taking them one game at a time is exactly the right thing to do. He's had 2 bad games. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to have a 3rd bad game.
95.
That's begging for a max.
177.
177.
He's absolutely done the right thing there. Even though the max would have left a finish, he was not tempted.
108.
Well, that's a max. That was so good, you might as well call it Decimus Meridius.
96. Stevie
Well,
requires
this is an opportunity
67.
for a 3-1 lead. He's had a couple of breaks so far, Steve Robertson, looking now for his first hold of throw. 53 left after the slip into the 14. Double top.
47.
Doesn't go. That's the first dart he's missed at a
Jenson
double in this match. In
requires
fact, the
74.
first dart missed at a double in this match.
Is there another?
Game shot.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Flag, Jenson Walker.
And even though we are beyond pantomime season, oh no, there isn't.
Fifth flag. It's Jenson to throw first.
How good was that shot at tops, by the way? Completely blocked. He doesn't stop and he hits the bottom corner. There is a young man who's just done something wrong and it feels
23.
as if he knows what he did wrong. Now, I did say something the last time he was here. I think at the age of 18, his action is nowhere near what it will be at his peak.
81.
There's a bit of wrist flexion when he brings the dart back. You can see the wrist resetting as it goes forward.
177.
And when he does that, everybody will marvel at that big score. And we do. It's a fabulous shot. But if he is going to be more consistent going into the future, I think that wrist flexion has got to be minimized. And it's not necessarily something you can coach. It's something that needs to anatomically happen quite naturally.
45.
Well, so far in this leg, 23, 177, 45 for Jenson Walker. Consistently inconsistent, and it's just opened up the door for Steve Robertson again.
$140.
You get the feel this is a game that Jenson Walker can ill afford to lose.
100.
Not if he wants to keep up with Hubbard and Mould. They're still in the top two, even though Mould lost that shootout in game number 8 just now.
And he could be kicked into touch a little bit like in the Six Nations that's going to take place this weekend, because he takes on Adam Mould in his next match.
Jenson,
There's a possibility that if Jenson isn't careful to confine himself in the abyss, but a miss there over the 156 has opened up a chance of Robertson on 139.
139.
He wants 99 trimmed off here, or something akin to that.
95.
That's not bad.
Jenson, you require
Not bad
16.
at all.
Game shot on the fifth
But Jenson
flag,
is not missing much at all. And he's missing nothing on the outer ring.
3 from 3 and a
Sixth
3-2
flag, it's
lead.
Steve
Steve Robertson's
first.
missed one double
Game
in
on.
this match. That's all he's done wrong.
Make sense of that. Well, we've been sitting here watching and commentating on this game since Dart 1.
81.
The only thing I can think of is that the first leg was a 12. And since then, it's been of an even keel.
93.
In a short course format, one little spurt can amplify a particular average, and that's exactly what's happened here. Jenson Walker's 83 has been built upon consistency. 15, 15, 16. He's pretty much getting the job done in and around 5 visit range.
So what does that tell you if you look at the legs that he has not won? 15, 15 and 16. That's an average of about 98. So why is he on an 85? Because he hasn't played well in the other 2 legs.
And in those other 2 legs, he did have the darts of two of the legs that he has lost in this contest.
85.
It is there in patches for Jenson. There is no doubt about it. And I think he'll be the first to admit that just a little bit more consistency is needed for him to get to that next step. But he is showing some really, really good signs today.
Especially the board management right there. That 104 to leave 170, trust me,
76.
that's a top tier
Jenson, you require
piece of board management.
And he's got 6 because Robertson, courtesy of a slip, it should be said, into the treble 5, has left himself on 159.
You can improve exponentially from game 2 to game 3. But if you still lose, lifting your average by about 25 points, that's going to sting. 79 left. But the destiny of the points in this fixture are not up to him.
99. Jenson, you require 100.
Well, he's done his bit of the bargain. He now has to hope that Walker doesn't waltz towards the finishing line. He's not going to take out the 1-2-4. Robertson, as you can see, they're geeing himself up
56.
in the background
Stevie
to
requires
take
6.
us all the way. And perhaps the way he's played, he's deserved to take this match the distance.
Double 10 will tell us.
50. Jenson,
He
you
will be
require
vastly
68.
disappointed because he will think the game might be up.
One match start at double 16 is
Jenson,
all
and
Jenson
the match,
Walker needs.
Jenson Walker.
4 from 4 on the doubles. It was ruthless. It was destructive for the interceptor. For Steve Robertson, he put the best part of 30 points on his average, and it still wasn't enough. A perfect performance from the man from Coventry. A 4-2 victory for Jenson Walker. That puts him onto 4 points, and because of the margin of victory, puts him above Adam Mould in the table. Coming up after the break, it is Tommy Morris up against James Hubbard. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are all having fun in this Group C on Thursday afternoon. This is what we've seen so far before the break. A 4-2 win for Jenson Walker against Steve Robertson. James Hubbard beat Adam Mould by 4-3, and Andreas Nicolaou beating Tommy Morris 4-2. Let's have a first look then at the league table in this Group C. James Hubbard leads the way, 6 points to his name. Jenson, Walker and Adam Mould, both on 4 respectively. Tommy Morris and Andreas Nicolaou are on the periphery. Steve Robertson without a win to his name so far. Game 10 sees James Hubbard in action. You feel like this is a massive match between him and Tommy Morris. A win for James means that there's going to be clear daylight between this pair going into the final matches of their days. But if Tommy Morris can win this match, it just congeals this group. It means that there'd be just 2 points between these two going into the final round of fixtures. And you feel like for Tommy Morris, he's beginning to get to that territory where if he doesn't win, he is in grave danger.
I think in his own mind, he needs a performance. He needs something to get that pep back in his step. Because we've seen him average as high as 103 this week.
39.
But his previous performance was 76. That range is too wide. If you're going to be a top-level player on a consistent basis, your range, if we may be fair, if your ceiling's about 110, you want your range to be about 20. You want to be putting in a 90 average as your base game. Tommy's not there yet. Still trying to figure out how to make the bad performances a little bit better. And that is perfectly okay. But as far as this table's concerned, he needs the win more than James. But if James can beat him against the darts here, he can sit back for 3 matches after this and watch everybody else squirm.
It's not quite desperate yet for Tommy Morris, but it's beginning to get that way. He's got off to a quicker start against James. The scoring actually hasn't been too much of an issue for Tommy. It has been a plethora of missed doubles that has plagued his chances. 3 from 10 and 2 from 10 in the 2 matches that he's lost so far in this session. And he looks at 102 here to take out the opening leg. Has got options. Goes ball for double 16 and gets the double 16. Misses on the doubles. No problem at all. The gun comes out firing. A 102 check out. Morris one up.
To throw first. Game on.
James won't be too fazed by the pace of this game. He's played Darren Webster enough. And he's rather swift.
42.
What's the difference between James Hubbard and Darren Webster? James Hubbard doesn't need subtitles. Love you, Darren.
Both from the same neck of the woods, aren't they?
I tell you what, if you were building a house, you wouldn't mind both of them. Darren can build anything. James can paint anything. Just like his dad. He's the kind of person who can do that edging with the paintbrush without any tape. Super precise. Just like his darts throw.
One thing you get for doing this job is you do get some phone numbers for some people in the trade, don't you?
I'm not sure what trade you're talking about, but...
100.
Yeah, if you need a plumber, you need a sparky, painter and decorator. I'll tell you what, you get those apps and those websites these days, they've got nothing on darts. We've got everything.
59.
Well, if I ever need a fix-up for the house... and I know exactly where to go.
95.
Dart players built this place.
Literally. Well, maybe not back in the 1500s when it was a church, but this incarnation they have.
This is really good.
140.
I don't mind him missing that high. If he misses it low, he hasn't given it enough. It'll never get there, but if it's slightly high, it's got a chance of catching the flight.
92.
One of his better finishes. The last time he was here, it was a 120. He would love another. He's looking at 2 bulls. It was the right play. The 60 was blocked.
95. Tommy, you require 78.
So this for 2 zip. The bull. Big dart.
53.
And potentially a big miss for Tommy Morris. That was a break chance, an opportunity to go 2 to the good. And Hubbard's going to get to a double 8 to equalise this match back up. Levels
Edge
you
on the
Devils,
second leg,
1-1.
James Hubbard.
You were here the last time James was playing, right?
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
What are you seeing that's different this time compared to last time?
I think in the actual throwing of the darts, in the actual
76.
terms of performance, I don't think there's actually too much of a difference, but it just looks like maybe a bit more of a laser-like focus. And I just wonder, and you could probably attest this maybe a bit more than I can, that when you're in a position that James is in,
42.
when you've had so long out, the natural bits will come back quicker than perhaps the mental side of it. And what I mean by that, the
100.
muscle memory of being in pressure situations, having a shot that if you miss, you could lose something and lose something quite tangible. And I just wonder whether he's just finding that mental edge a bit more now than perhaps he did last time out.
60.
I think potentially what he's got here is a situation where he's had more time to prepare than the last time. That
97.
can make all the difference because you can plan ahead. You can play more local tournaments and get yourself sharper. Focus-wise, he looks good. Technically, he looks good.
58.
But is he sharp enough? Only time will tell. Same could be said for Tommy.
58.
He has wisely left himself on 170, but he might have 6 darts.
140.
And will.
Tommy require 170. 95.
In some senses, that staved off any temptation because Tommy would be the type that would be in two minds about going for it or laying up.
Stay down there.
134.
Evenly balanced
Tommy
this one.
require 75.
I feel like this is such a crucial passage in play, such a crucial dart at double 6. And a
Game shot on the
crucial
third
fight.
leg, Tommy Morris.
It wasn't the cleanest of darts at a double, but they count all the same. And Morris leads
Fourth
2-1.
leg, it's James to throw first.
That double 6 was
Game
the
on.
equivalent of a deflected goal. That one did not fly pure, but it still found the net.
That's pretty much the equivalent of Erling
140.
Haaland having a shot from inside the penalty area, ricocheting its way off a Diogo Dallo and in the back of the net.
140.
It got help en route, but it doesn't matter. They all mean exactly the same.
And it will be largely forgotten because it's 2-1 now and we're already focused on the next leg. Just like James should be.
100. 100.
I was talking to Scott Mitchell yesterday about Tommy Morris's shirt and how it looked very similar to that of a famous Manchester United away kit that they wore at Southampton once, that they only wore for a half.
55.
Was that the 6-3 game?
Yeah, I think it was. Man United players complaining they
49.
couldn't see each other because of the colour of the kit and the crowd.
Back in the days of Southampton at the Dell.
60.
Yeah, they don't make football stadiums like that anymore. They make them a lot grander.
There's a reason for that. I've been told that perhaps the health and safety in that
121.
particular ground would be
James
nowhere
require
near up to scratch these
146.
days. Apparently there's a rickety-rockety ladder up to the gantry.
There's a phrase I never thought I'd hear today. Rickety-rockety.
64. Tommy, you require 91.
Gets the treble 14.
59.
But opens up the door to Hubbard.
James, you
And
require
equalising here.
82.
This is where you do not want to miss the 25. He doesn't. Double top. After a pause. Goes next
52.
door.
Tommy, you require 32.
He gave himself the guarantee, but he couldn't find the tops. One left for Morris, a double 16.
No score.
And it's that same Achilles heel that's coming back to cost the gun time after time. He's given himself chances, but unable to take them.
Game shot on the fourth
Double
leg.
15
James
planted.
Hubbard.
But on the other side of the board, you saw those darts for Tommy Morris going so close.
Fifth leg. It's Tommy
He
to
actually
throw
hit
first.
the
Game
first
on.
marker. If he'd hit the second one, it was in.
140.
That wasn't by design. He wasn't trying to hit the first marker. He just happened to do so.
Tommy Morris must feel like
58.
Kai Havertz right now. Doing everything possible to give himself an opportunity on goal. But when he shoots
122.
wide.
Which is one of the reasons why Arsenal are looking for a striker.
Have you got Alexander Isak wrapped up in cotton wool at the moment?
119.
If Newcastle were playing Arsenal tomorrow, the chant would be, you can't afford him anywhere.
97.
Welcome to the world of PSR. And once again, Tommy Morris is in control of the scoring phase of a leg.
It definitely
Six.
feels like Tommy's got
Tommy
the
require
scoring
142.
in the bag.
$60.
James again hovering in that mid-80s range. Whereas Tommy is somewhat easily in the higher 80s range.
70.
Curiously,
Tommy
James has got more
require
140s
82.
in this game than Tommy. That was a calculated risk. I'm not against that,
25.
but that really hasn't worked out at all for him.
He's going to have to spur one upon his return.
$94.
Great find with the
Tommy
last.
require
Leaves himself on a
57.
two-darter.
Game shot
But he's
on the
not going to
fifth
get a
leg.
look at
Tommy
the ton
Morris.
because Tommy Morris hits the tots first time and moves into a 3-2 lead.
Sixth
On
leg.
the
It's
cusp
James to throw
potentially,
first.
James Hubbard, of his
Game on.
first defeat in this Group C.
James's last game is against Jenson Walker in game 14.
135.
Morris has got Robertson in game 13 to finish his quarter. And he's currently 2-1 up
40.
on him for the week.
I think this is a good result for everybody in this group apart from James Hubbard because it keeps everybody to within a strikeable distance.
140.
We did speculate that this group was going to be tight.
100.
Everybody had a point to prove in their own mind. It hasn't disappointed. We haven't seen anybody average in 3 figures yet.
100.
In fact, we've just seen someone average 94 and lose.
100. James, you require
This is the shot.
126.
That Hubbard missed in his previous match against Mould. Doesn't get to the outer ring this time,
98.
but he has now.
Left himself on a double after 12 darts to take us all the way
97.
to a last leg
James, you
decider. And we
require
know
28.
about Tommy Morris's wretched record when it gets to leg 7. And
Game
James
shot on the
Hubbard
sixth
has
leg.
enforced
James
that
Hubbard.
scenario. Double 14 with dart 14. And we go all the way again.
Seventh and final leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is getting a bit silly now. How many times is Tommy Morris going to go 4-3?
43.
He's always been value for money. Value for money doesn't come any better than stream now, pay never.
139.
Great recovery. It was a bad start, but it doesn't look that way anymore.
39.
There is a hush over the live lounge right now.
60.
Not just in there, not just in here, but also in the practice room. Everybody wants to know if Hubbard's going to get 8 points from 4 games or whether he's going to stay on 6.
Well, this is such an important game in terms of how the land lies, because the context of this group will change
137.
based on the bearing of this leg. If Hubbard wins it, he is in control. But if Morris can win this leg, it is
135.
so open for interpretation, and he's first down to a finish.
58.
Trouble, this is not what he wanted.
120.
The only bright side is he's under 130. Morris does not get to the ball.
56.
And this was categorised earlier in the week as a pesky finish by Scott Mitchell. It is pesky. But it's a finish that Tommy Morris has taken out on the bull this week. Hubbard will not.
The story
88.
of Tommy Morris this
Tommy
week has
requires
been
68.
everything has come hard to him. Double 4 and now double 2. Well, he's had to battle for those 2 points, but Tommy Morris is over the line and he inflicts a first defeat of the week upon James Hubbard. And it means now this group really is up and open for interpretation. That the tail of the tape, a 102 finish to start, a 4-3 win for Tommy Morris means that he moves on to 4 points. Hubbard is sat on 6 ahead of a meeting after the break between Andreas Nicolaou and Steve Robertson. Now, if Andreas from Cyprus can win this match, he's on 4 points and everybody's going to be having fun. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the stunning Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tommy Mice got the better of James Hubbard by 4 legs to 3, inflicting Hubbard his first defeat of this Group C. And now a big game between the bottom 2 in this group, between Andreas, Nicolaou and Steve Robertson. The way this group is laid here, it is so open for interpretation. In fact, between top and bottom, there's only 6 points separating every single player in the group. And if Steve can win this match, every single player from second downwards will be within a game of one another. That is how tight it is. Jenson Walker does take on Adam Mould. The guarantee one will move on to 6 at the end of this round. But for these two, a win is of the utmost importance to keep their hopes alive.
I've just been having a look into the past of the Cypriot.
95.
Did actually play at the Cyprus Masters last year in Limassol. It was actually won by Bradley Kirk, who was just from down the road in Southampton. Beat John Michael from Greece in the final. Andreas made the quarterfinals.
34.
Losing out to Samal Jinji from Turkey, who would lose to the eventual champion in the semi-finals.
100.
The year previous to that, Andreas lost in the quarterfinals again. I'd lose out to Scott Walters, who's played here many, many times.
96.
Now, that tournament was won by another good friend of the Modus Super Series. The guy we like to call Hank Scorpio.
45.
Thomas Younghans. That's right, Thomas. You look like Hank. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you shave your beard.
Really nice man is Thomas. Actually went out for breakfast with him recently when I was at the lakeside. Really nice chap.
Yeah, lovely guy. I think Swiss darts has been put on the map over the last couple of years, thanks to Thomas and
44.
also to Stefan Belmont. This game is all about a little bit of pride and staying in contention when it comes to Andreas, because at this point in time, you've got to say that Robertson has now got his back against the wall. If he doesn't win his remaining matches, that'll be that. And we did learn at the back end of 2024 with Richie Howson, if you get a bad start by losing your first couple of games,
Andreas,
you might have to win the rest of your matches, but he's lost 3, not 2.
Andreas has a break opportunity here, and you feel like potentially Steve Robertson may have been hit hardest by his previous defeat, because he played well. He averaged 94,
36.
and he got no change out of Jenson Walker in that particular contest. And there is only so many times a man can get hit before eventually it becomes too hard to come back up off the canvas.
100.
He's left himself with a 2-darter, but he has to rely on Andreas missing 3 at double here.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Nicolaou.
Again. That's the one that hurts the most.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
The head-to-head records that we have of people playing in Group A and now into Group C, they have something in common. At the start of play, it was all 2-1 to somebody. In this one,
60.
It was 2-1 to Robertson. 4-2 victory yesterday, 4-2 victory on Monday. And the sandwich in the middle of 4-1 victory for Andreas on Tuesday.
60.
I'm still looking at the results from the events in Cyprus in 2023, where Andreas was playing.
97.
And I do like a really good darting name. We've talked about my mate from Austria, Wilhelm Schwingenschlurgel. Still the greatest name in sport. But how about Charalambos
60.
Sofroniou? That's a great name. We need more names like that.
That reminds me of the only player from Turkey to have ever played at the World Championship.
Umut Aygun Soslu.
What a name.
41.
Yeah, Umut. He was a thing.
Played against Scott Mitchell at the World Trophy, I remember rightly.
Yes, that's right.
96.
The ADC have branched out their Vault series to the likes of Bulgaria, Slovakia. Really is growing. And so when it comes to the Global Championship, which takes place again in December, there's a similar qualification criteria this year. But as time goes on, you get the sense there's going to be more and more places which are going to get bursts for competitions like that.
I like that you mentioned Slovakia
100.
because they are hungry. They have people over there right now who are really keen to get in on this. They're holding qualifiers for European Tour events this weekend.
41.
That in itself is a big thing because they've taken those qualifiers from other countries like the Czech Republic and Hungary. So Slovakia, give it a couple of years. I'll say that.
I remember speaking to Scott and
82.
Cam Crabtree after the Europe Cup, which was held in Slovakia. And Matthew Edgar said something similar. The best run tournaments they've ever had have been in Slovakia.
42.
It's a big statement.
Steve, you require 103.
This is a somewhat big out in more ways than one. But it's on. And it's out.
Game shot on his second leg. Steve Robertson.
He can't believe that he's had moments like that and the stuff in between.
Third leg. It's
He just can't seem to figure it out on a consistent basis. But if anything, he still looks like he's having fun.
And that's the key thing. But at this present moment in time, it's seemingly been feast or famine for Steve Robertson. It's either been really good or it's been a little bit off the boil.
Well, if you're an ADC qualifier, there's that moment when you realise you're going to the MODUS Super Series for the first time and you think to yourself, I'm really looking forward to this experience, but I have no idea who's going to be in my group.
6.
And then you get an email that says, here's your group. And when he read that, he saw Whitlock, he saw Hamilton, he saw Andreas.
61.
Let's be frank. Could you really have asked for much more? I don't think so.
That's like being a lower league side in an FA Cup draw and you see Liverpool, Manchester United, Arsenal all still
81.
in the draw and wanting to get them as the big prize. And that's exactly what Steve Robertson has had. And he's acquitted himself well. And okay, he had a bit of a struggle at the beginning of the day, but by and large, he's had an average of 84 for the week so far.
81.
Doubles he probably would say has let him down at times. He hasn't been uncompetitive at all. He picked up double digits in terms of points in Group A. But maybe what he's learnt this week is he's at a good level, but it's still some way to go to take himself to the next level where the big beasts play.
45.
And time's not his friend. He is over 50. I know that people can sometimes find their best darts over the half-century mark. But the next 5 or 6 years,
60.
it might just be him doing things that he's always dreamt of. Winning is great, but participating in something that you maybe thought was going to pass you by, sometimes that's more important. And I think he's got a great deal of perspective as well. I don't know, and I haven't speculated at any point this week because you don't do that. It's not professional. He's using flights this week, which are covered in a logo for autism awareness. I don't know what that's about.
89.
But I admire anybody who uses a flight for the benefit of somebody else. And that's exactly what Robertson's doing.
Well, I remember speaking to Johnny Hayes before he made his lakeside
95.
debut, and a
Steve
player's been
require
around for so many
150.
years, and he was just happy to have that one experience on that iconic stage. And for Steve, I'm sure that he is making the most of his experience here, and who knows, he may win another qualifier, he may come back, and we may see a better version of him as a consequence. He's well thought of back
160.
in the northeast.
Good switch.
77.
But Robertson has a
Steve
chance to take
require
the lead.
114.
If this was Simon Whitlock, he'd be going for 19s. Steve is cut from a different cloth.
$94. Andreas, you require
He's scaring those
83.
types of finishes more now than he did at the start of the day, which is going to be a concern for his opposition as the day draws to a close. But this, for Andreas, an opportunity for the break to move 2-1 in front in this contest. The bullseye is not got.
35. Steve, you require 20.
This double does suit his lie. That is a beautiful marker.
10.
And he's bent the wire on 5s.
Andreas, you require
Chance
48.
missed.
Miss on 5s gives Blue an opportunity to overtake him. And it's double top for the break.
8.
I'll tell you what, he was very close to busting that 48
Steve,
with
you
the first
require
dart.
10.
And unlike double 10, this double 5 is not a good double for the way his darts sit in the board.
Game
But it's
shot
all right
on
when you hit it
third
first
leg,
dart.
Steve Robertson.
2-1 Robertson in a game
Fourth
that he
leg,
has
it's
to win.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
One person is smiling, one person is not. And there is a man who looks at the glass half full, if not 3/4 full all the time.
$60.
Almost reminds me of my favourite joke, that one. It's a guy walking down the beach. He's from Ireland. Finds a lamp. I don't know what to do with this. Got to rub it. Get some wishes. Something pops out. Here comes the genie. You got 3 wishes. And this man from Ireland says, my first wish, I'll have an everlasting pint of Guinness. And it appears in his hand. He drinks it whole.
54.
Goes right to the bottom. Fills all the way up. What would you like for your second wish? I'll have the same again. Now that is looking at the glass
100.
full. Now, this game is no joke.
6.
Robertson does not want to be at the foot of the table on 0 points.
I should mention, if you are enjoying everlasting pints of Guinness, do drink so responsibly.
100.
Now, this one's a bit of a slow burner. But if we may be honest, it was quite likely that this was going to be the
85.
case. Throughout the last 4 days, they have been struggling to get out of the bottom 3. There was a risk for the top 3 that Andreas was going to get there yesterday because he was on a really good little streak. But it was halted. And he ended up bottom of the table because Robertson beat him in the last match.
108.
And you can already feel that this game is going to be 4-3. It's got it written in bold unless Robertson's got different ideas. He has got different ideas.
Steve Robertson.
Second of the game, he had the 103 earlier on. He now backs it up with the 101. And with that breaker
Fifth
throw, he
leg,
moves
Steve to
into a
throw
3-1
first.
lead. And has the darts to dispose of Andreas
Game
Nicolaou.
on.
Didn't even know he was throwing first there. He was enjoying that 101 checkout.
This is one of the joys about the Super Series. We get to see players from all walks of life. For somebody like Simon Whitlock,
100.
I mean it's in the nicest way. This was not somewhere he wanted to be. He wanted to be back on tour in 2025. Whereas for Steve Robertson, this is an opportunity he has worked a lifetime for, and so anything that goes his way, he is going to enjoy and grasp.
That is the second 180 in a row for Andreas. He's looking to do something right now that doesn't happen very often. And that's 3 in a row.
85.
The magical 180, 180, 180.
Chance of that is gone. But you're right.
60.
You think about people coming off the tour, they come here. People who are aspirational from below this come here. People from the seniors come here. People from the ADC come here. It's no wonder we say this is where worlds collide in darts. Because it's true.
Forget the MODUS Super Series, it's the MODUS melting pot.
$122.
He's left himself on 139. Robertson 6 for the match from this point. Potentially.
If Andreas doesn't take the 139, which is a really peculiar leave.
58.
He had 190
Andreas
left and went for treble 17, possibly because he already had a marker. The finishes that Steve has taken out are treble, single, double. The one that he has left for the match is treble, treble, double.
137.
Or treble, double, double. Sounds like I'm on a turkey farm.
Well, Robertson unable to gobble up that particular opportunity. Nicolaou back for the ton to
100.
bring it back to 3-2. It'd be the third ton plus check of the game. And he's going to get 2 at double top. Double 10, and he moves all the way across. Could be the last dart he throws in this match.
80.
He misses double 10. Robertson from this point should
80.
get a match dart.
2 single 20s and tops. Sounds really simple, doesn't it? Or you could just do that.
Shot and the match.
Well, his doubling in that match was unbelievable at times. He's just hit the jackpot as well, and you'll see why in a second. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, 103, 101, and 80 out with 2. And he gets himself a 3-1 lead. But he's hit the jackpot with 7-7, 7-7 for a 4-1 victory. Well done, Steve. First win of the day. But when we come back, it's going to be Mould against Walker to stay in contention.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 4 games to go on this afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Steve Robertson got the better of Andreas Nicolaou by 4 legs to 1. Game 12 is Walker against Mould. The winner of this match will move on to 6 points in the group and will put themselves in a great position going into the last games of the day. In fact, Jenson Walker could lead the group overnight. Will guarantee he leads the group overnight if he wins his last 2, because Mould is his opponent now and Hubbard is his opponent in his last game of the
Adam
session.
to throw first. Game on.
Big game this. The final match from the 4th round of fixtures. And both players today have shown some real good stuff.
Yeah, they have.
140.
We're starting well, and this is your quintessential Super Series match, isn't it? Because last year,
139.
we speculated about what a Super Series Classic match could look like. Maybe Daryl Pilgrim versus Connor Scott, or Adam Lipscomb
100.
versus one of the other 2 players. Well, they actually played in the same group in the World Masters yesterday. And Lipscomb did get through.
140.
As did Scott. But we are now in 2025 looking for those quintessential Super Series
85.
fixtures in 2025. This could be one of them.
Well, these 2 have been here enough now to put themselves in the Legends bracket in this building. Oh, what a start this is.
136.
Adam Mould has left
Jenson
himself on
require
tops after 12, but he may not
139.
even get a look in. Walker unable to take out the 139. But he's going to leave himself on double 10 if
119.
Mould
Adam
cannot
require
take out
40.
tops.
Game shot on the first
Well, that's a lot
leg.
sharper
Adam
than the
Mould.
start of his last game. Lost to Hubbard.
Second
He played some
leg,
great
it's
stuff in his
Jenson to
first
throw
2 games,
first.
but it just felt
Game
like
on.
in the middle round, he lost his way. And now, the sat-nav works again.
41.
He reached his destination in leg 1. But can he navigate his way to 2 crucial points?
81.
You know how we were talking about Slovakia in the last game? I think if we look around the world,
100.
and in parts of the domestic game in the British Isles, you can see and you can hear about progression everywhere.
81.
We are progressing here. International pairs. More double start tournaments.
134.
More opportunities for the ladies. More opportunities for the kids. You look at Slovakia and what they want to do. They want to get in on the party. But for me, Aussie Premier League, that for me is enormous.
90.
Yeah, that could be a blue touch paper lightning moment for darts in that part of the world.
55.
It
Jenson, you
needs it.
require 136. 96.
He's got TV coverage as well, isn't it? Is it on Fox out there?
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal.
And they've done well to get airtime in that part of the year because they are the
140.
cricket
Jenson, you
broadcaster with
require
Australia.
40.
So to get a time slot, they've done okay. Double 10 here. Now 2 5s. Has a glance over the scoreboard. He doesn't want to go for this, but he's being forced to.
35.
Caught in two minds and
require
potentially caught in a
84.
trap.
Well, I think the thing there for Jenson is that he should have known what Adam had left before he went for his shot. Bullseye.
43.
Well, that one's a
Jenson,
wide.
you require 5.
Double 2.
Three.
He's let this slip.
Adam, you require 41.
Double 16.
Game shot on his second leg.
Well, let's have a
Adam
look at the
Mould.
grip of Adam Mould, because it reminds me of something that a lot of
Third
people
leg,
might
it's
recognise.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
The way he holds the dart. There's a lot of bending of the fingers.
43.
Looks like a claw. And based on what Jim Carrey said, nobody can escape the claw.
134.
See, that'd be a good nickname. That's better than Mouldy. Call him the claw.
Well, Jenson Walker's looking to claw his way back into this
43.
particular contest. It's Mould who's got a vice-like grip of this match.
100.
You can see the end of his dart. Looks like the end of a spring onion.
83.
That's what we call a front-loaded dart. It means that when you throw it, the weight at the end of the dart carries it in the air. Many a player over the years
100.
has used a front-loaded dart like that. Tony David, former world champion. Dennis Priestley, former world champion.
119.
Gary Anderson right
Jenson, you
now.
require 167.
Two-time world champion. ...
139.
Excellent from Walker. Leads himself on a double after a dozen to bring it back to 2-1 and bring this game back to throw.
140.
Just about
Jenson, you
squeezes
require
in and it
28.
leaves itself on a 2-dart. It puts pressure on this.
Game
But
shot
what
on the
pressure?
third leg,
Double
Jenson
14 with
Walker.
dart 14. Walker's back in it and back on throw at 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
18 years of age now, Jenson. I'd say, what were you doing when you were 18, Henry? But that was about 6 months ago.
96.
No, genuinely, what were you doing when you were 18?
I was
140.
crisscrossing across the country, working as a press officer at Haverton Waterlooville Football Club.
96.
So you'd finished your studies by then?
I just began uni at that point. Went to a nightclub for the first time. That was an interesting
58.
experience. Tiger on a Thursday night.
57.
If anybody can see my face right now, it is the face of regret of asking that question.
That place shut down a couple of months later, but that's unlucky.
170.
It's even more so now because he gets the third treble, which turns out to be the second treble.
140.
We can't say anything this week about fortunate or unfortunate darts this week because Simon Whitlock's double top from yesterday afternoon will go down as one of
58.
the most
Jenson, you
fortunate
require
darts
112.
that's ever landed. Speaking of landing,
92.
that one misses the runway.
Adam, you require 128.
Will stay there, but he's unable to find the second treble, and so Walker's going to come back, heads back to the drinks table, readies himself for free and hand at double 10. Remember, The Interceptor had trailed this match by 2-0.
112.
He now has a chance
Jenson,
to
you
level up
require
at 2
20.
apiece. And at this present moment in time, is the better player. Is beginning to make a march. But his sprint could be halted. It's 5-5 again. And we know from previous experience, he does not enjoy it up here. But he will do now. Because he's level at 2-2. He's turned a 2-0 deficit into a level match.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And if he misses his chances in the last 2 legs, he could be out already.
85.
Because Mould was right there.
He's been on the scene at every single twist and turn as
58.
Adam Mould. He's been competitive in every leg.
Has there been a time where Adam has not been the ADC #1 in the last couple of years? Because every time I look at the rankings, he's up there.
140.
The last time Adam Mould was not the ADC #1, dinosaurs graced this planet.
134.
So what you're saying is Adam's a fossil.
No, he's been at the top of the rankings for a very, 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 very long time.
95.
And there are people who want to displace him.
96.
I'm sure that he really wanted to get that ADC Global Championship. That trophy is just amazing.
35.
But it wasn't meant to be this year. I'm sure he'll have a crack at it later in 2025. Looked pretty hard to lift as well.
81.
It was
Adam,
heavy.
you require
Trust me, it was
146.
heavy. This could be a heavy finish and a heavy blow to Jenson Walker. That's it. It's 16.
130.
And it's a width of a while away.
Jenson,
The
you require
146 was missed by Mould. Can
132.
Walker find the 132?
I was going to say, he's just about old enough for champagne. Conversing with the referee to see what he's got left.
34.
That really hasn't
Adam, you
worked out very
require
well.
16. No score.
Neither is that somehow.
Jenson, you require 98.
And the sirens begin to sound for Adam Mould. Walker, 78 left. He's not going to get a poke this time. He did all the hard work to get back into this game at 2-2. And it looks like he's going to hand the
58.
initiative
Adam, you
straight back
require
to his
16.
opponent. 3 more at 8-8 for 3-2.
Still not in. Oh my
No
word.
score.
It's
Jenson,
like
you
8 is a
require
magnet
40.
and it's repelled a number of darts from Adam. Wire, pants on fire.
Game shot
And
on
there you
fifth
go.
leg. Jenson Walker.
3-2 to Jenson Walker.
Sixth leg, it's Jenson to throw first.
Look at Adam in the background. He just cannot believe that he missed 8 on the wire 5 times. Or was it 6?
Well, the Mould could be extinguished here in next to
97.
no time at all. And all of a sudden, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the chase is on for Jenson Walker.
95.
He wins this game, he goes top of the group, and if he beats James Hubbard in the last, then he will be top of the table no matter what going into
84.
tomorrow's play.
$58.
I can imagine Mould is probably
60.
one of the rejected names for one of the chasers.
I bet he got some pelters at school for that surname. That's why having your nickname as Mouldy, that's owning it.
25.
I think a fabulous marketing campaign for him
56.
would be for him to stand next to Barry Scott.
Bang, and the dart is gone.
100.
He wanted more because he's trying to chase down Jenson, who seems to be in top gear.
99.
And it may be a case with the next 3 darts that it will be on this revelation. We will see you next time.
105. $97. Adam, you require
Will there be a next time in this
123.
leg for Jenson?
Yes, there will, because Mould cannot find the 18, which would have given him a dart at the bullseye. So
Jenson, you
this,
require 8.
for a 4-2 win, it will put him onto 6 points, top of the table, and he'll play a game against James Hubbard, which could give him the guarantee of being the top player overnight. Jenson Walker is making big moves in this Group C. He beats Adam Mould by 4 legs to 2, a game which had twists and turns all the way through. Walker trailed 2-0, reeled off 4 on the spin. He beats Mould 4-2. Robertson Morris is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. This is a table in Group C. Jenson Walker and James Hubbard both with 3 wins from 4 matches. Adam Mould and Tommy Morris on 4. Robertson and Nicolaou on 2. As we go into the final round of fixtures, Steve Robertson and Tommy Morris is the first match of it. And we're about to get the action underway. Robertson and Morris then. In terms of this match, Morris can move on to 6 with a win. Robertson can draw level with Tommy with a victory in this one. And remember, Walker and Hubbard will go toe-to-toe in Game 14, and a game which will decide who is going to top the table overnight. Paul Nicholson is with me in the commentary box. But for Tommy Morris, it's been a bit of a head-scratching day. There's been some good stuff,
leg,
but
it's
when it's
Steve to throw
mattered, there's been a
first.
few
Game
blocks
on.
where he could have ill-afforded them.
It's been pretty much the same as the last 3 days. He hasn't played poorly by any stretch of the imagination. Darts is about timing. He's had chances, he's missed a few, and he has been made to pay for them.
100.
So not only is Tommy lambasting himself for missing a few darts at double and a few chances here and there,
96.
but his opponents have had no sympathy. They deserve some credit for doing what they've been doing.
This the first game from the final round of matches this afternoon. But on Thursday, we get 2 for the price of 1, which means 10 more matches tonight
65.
from 10 o'clock. And we're going to see in action a little bit later on this evening in Group B. Jamie Hughes, Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams, Graham Hall, and Ashley Coleman.
80.
Give me 3 names from that group who you think will qualify for Saturday.
Hall, Hamilton, Hughes.
180.
Otherwise known as Triple H.
At this stage, I can't disagree.
$91. Tommy, you require 106.
First 180 of the game comes from Mr. Morris.
128.
And he's getting a move
You
on here,
require
isn't he?
170. $39. Tommy, you require
Frustration
32.
perhaps creeping in for Steve. Morris back for 32.
This has got to go in, surely.
Game shot on the first leg.
And look
Tommy
at how big
Morris.
that double was, considering the 2 markers. I would like to know where that dart
Second
would
leg,
have
it's
gone
Tommy to throw
if it
first.
wasn't for the markers
Game
already
on.
in the board. And this is what I was saying earlier. If he's missing double 16 outside,
100.
he's got a beautiful marker. Not once, but twice sometimes to hit that double 16. That's why I feel that is a stronger double for him than double top. And definitely better than double 18.
125.
For Tommy, he has to lay it out all on the line here. It's pretty much an now or never game, you feel, for him.
55.
But if he can do the double over Steve, he puts himself onto 8 points and puts himself very much in play, especially when you add into the mix. Walker and Hubbard are going to play twice against each other in their next 2
95.
fixtures.
8 points after 6 rounds is not bad.
41.
Simon Whitlock has proven this week that if you can just stay in there towards the end and then strike at the very end, you can win these situations. That's exactly what we've seen from people over the last 2 weeks.
45.
Richie Houser quite literally has never give up on his shirt, and Alex Small never gave up one bit last week.
138.
And it is going to be the wild card, who's the first name to secure their invitation to Series 10's Champions Week, which will take place on the last week of April.
81. Tommy, you require 167.
If you don't hit it, put a hole in it.
55.
That's what they
Steve, you
say.
require 155.
Didn't really make that much of a dent in it there. If you don't hit a 167, you want to get under 100.
$81. Tommy, you require
Has had a couple of top plus checkouts, and both of them similar to this, the 110 and the 102. And he's going to get a dart at double 60 to add the 112 to the collection.
80.
And again, he
Tommy, you
grazes that
require
green wire.
74.
I think that double 16 is a work in progress. It really could be a key asset to him in the future. Tops for Steve.
Game shot on the second
Sensational
leg.
out.
Steve Robertson.
A clip off the barrel and
Third
in, and we are
leg,
level
Steve
at
to
one
throw
apiece.
first. Game on.
He's got a bit of everything on this dart shirt, hasn't he? Bit of England, bit of Scotland. Red Rose, Thistle.
85.
You don't see many dart players saying hello to two nations that are seen as bitter rivals.
125.
Looks like some of the decorations you may see in the pub at this time of year because the Six Nations is on.
You've only got 4 to go, Henry, before you have 6 mentions.
100.
That's good.
101.
That left sleeve has actually reminded me of a song. Every rose has its thorn. You know the rest.
Try my best not to sing.
100.
Please don't.
$59.
You can see from the facial expressions that Robertson feels this game is right there for him to take. He's level with Tommy in leg 3. If he's throwing darts like that,
95.
there can't be much that he can't do. Not even sure how he hit that 60 on that side. Both of these players,
95.
they play with a dart that leans in the board. It isn't straight.
121.
Steve's lean to the right. Tommy's lean to the left.
He's already taken out this way today, but he's not going to do so for a second time.
57.
And so Morris,
Tommy
looking at what
require
Robertson's just
121.
missed. He's going to go more conventional, and he's going to get a dart at the ball, but he's not going to bed it.
74.
The line was okay, the
Steve
length just
requires
low.
64.
Robertson went for treble 12 on his last dart. He didn't hit the treble, which meant that he's now only got 1 dart at tops.
34. Tommy, you require 47.
2 and a double a choice, and it's just about squeezed into the 7.
Game shot on
But
the
there's no
third leg.
mistake about
Tommy
the
Morris.
double top. Tommy Morris gets the break. He leads 2-1, and now really looking to put his
Fourth
foot on the
leg,
throttle.
it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I asked Scott Mitchell yesterday if he knew anything about
32.
the most famous sporting Morrises. Are you aware of the fame of old Tom Morris and young Tom Morris?
99.
They were responsible for making the Open Championship in Scotland a thing.
85.
They played golf well before it was fashionable. Playing at places like Prestwick and St Andrews and North Berwick.
81.
Not a great deal of distance between where Steve Robertson lives and where that was done about 150 years ago.
60.
Yeah, old Tom Morris won the Open multiple times, as did his son, young Tom Morris. But Tommy wants to make a name for himself in darts over the next few years, and I have every faith that he will.
140.
Well, he's frustrated by that dart. When that leans left, that means he can't nestle it
46.
underneath. If he hits that dart, it will veer even more right and hit the 1.
You could tell this is forlorn work for both players. It's the
80.
end of what has been a fairly long session for both of them.
Look at the way that first dart was leaning in the board.
101.
That's why the second one didn't collect. That might be something. If he can work on that and straighten the darts up over the course of time, he might improve. Where have we seen this before?
81.
Twice in his previous game is where?
Would have been number 4 for the day, and it would have been his second finish of 101.2.
82. Steve, you required
Morris on a
20.
2 darter. Robertson 3 in hand for a level match. Double 5. 1 left, and that's awkward.
No score.
2 awkward.
Tommy, you require 96.
I think I've just done a triple take on that.
10, sorry. Tommy, you require
I
96.
cannot believe that he found a gap there between the dart and the double. This is for a big time hold.
Shot
Bravo.
of 4 flag. Tommy Morris.
That is killer.
Tommy Morris has struck
5th
when
flag.
he
It's Steve to throw
needed to.
first.
And now puts
on.
himself 2 within a leg of getting the better of Steve Robertson, who had a handful of opportunities to square this match up at 2 apiece. Couldn't take him at double 10 or double 5.
42.
And with a dry start there, Morris has this match exactly where he wants it.
95.
Robertson loses 1 more leg. He's on 2 overnight, and I don't think that's good enough. We've seen people qualify from 2 points overnight before, but in different
85.
table circumstances.
Well, by and large, if it's going to happen, somebody has to run away with the group. Somebody has to be on 10 and go off into the
55.
distance.
Yes, that's true. Winning the group is out of the question. But someone like James Hubbard or Jenson Walker going off and winning 18 points in the group and leaving second position gettable, that may be the only avenue that's left for Robertson if this match is beyond him.
96. $45.
One of the things for Tommy's week is that he's not winning more than 3 games in a daily campaign. If you're going to be winning groups, 3 wins out of 5,
125.
not necessarily good enough. Not when you're mixing it with the likes of Whitlock and Hamilton, for instance, over the last few days.
94.
And Graham Hall.
Steve, you require 153.
So Robertson looking at 153 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. This would be for 4th Tub Plus checkout of the day, but he's not going to find the 153. But he has got time on his side. Morris not really making any kind of inroads in this leg whatsoever.
113.
He's left himself on tops upon his return.
$125. Steve, you require 40.
All of their games this week have been close. This one might not be now. A minimum of 6 legs in their previous 3 games
16.
this week. This one
Tommy, you
might just
require
have
87.
5.
As Tommy Morris timed this perfectly. He's going to get 2 match darts. Double 9 now. But he's sifted it low.
83.
Robertson comes back
Steve, you require 24.
for double 12 to keep this game going.
He's left it more than anybody this week.
Game
But it's
shot
double
of
6
fifth
that gets
leg,
him out of
Steve
jail.
Robertson.
Morris has had 2
Sixth leg,
darts
it's
to
Tommy
win
to
this
throw
match.
first. Game on.
He does now use his insurance policy of having the throw in this leg to complete the day with 6 points. And that's a
85.
big fine with dart 3.
Do you know why Steve's called Longshanks? Because he got long legs. There's actually a place not far from where he lives called Shank House. I would love to know how that place got its name.
83.
I know that because I grew up right next to it. But a shank is something to do with bones.
Well, it's like lamb shank is a massive bit
Yeah.
of lamb with bone in.
Absolutely. A shank in sport is not a good thing.
No. You would know with your bandit handicap.
100.
Well, still, that some of the professional golfers that have been the greats, they've all had shanks. Scottish Scheffler's had one. I've seen Steve Stricker do it. Ian Poulter's had a couple of shanks.
125.
Bubba Watson famously at the Masters and still won that tournament.
That's not bad. We have seen a 136 this week from Andreas Nicolaou.
$46. Tommy, you require.
He's got time on his side. He'd take
136.
96 right here and go for tops in the next visit. But he might not need that. He needs double 8.
To keep his hopes of qualifying alive. Oh, that's
Jenson
superb.
and the match.
Magnificent
Tommy
for Tommy Morris. The gun saves his best till last, and it keeps him in contention going into Friday. Didn't quite fire on all cylinders all day, but 6 points is enough to keep him in contention. After the break, Walker v Hubbard for top spot overnight. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion
Well, these two players haven't been messing around all day, so we're not going to mess around either. Straight into the action. Jenson Walker against James Hubbard. It's game 14 of our session. The winner goes top of the group. There's all the I's dotted, all the T's crossed. Paul Nicholson, what do you expect from this one?
First leg.
I expect a little bit of tension in this one. Because now that Tommy Morris is on the same points total as these two who have this game in hand, walking away from Thursday with 6 points
97
is no longer comfortable. Someone will have 8 points, but only one can get that.
96.
The other person will be on 6 with Tommy Morris, and then it could be Adam Mould joining them on 6. He beats Andreas Nicolaou in the last match. But we are starting to potentially see separation from the top 4 and the bottom 2, but only if Mould wins after this. But this is all about who gets the bragging rights for the next 19 hours.
Winner goes top. It is as simple as that.
And you look at this fixture, Henry, based on what we know. James is 32 years of age now. He'll look at Jenson Walker and say to him, 14 years ago, I was you.
Was it the former Prime Minister David Cameron said, I was the future once? Neither player want to make a pigsty of this particular match, though.
$59. Jenson, you require 104.
16s for the 104. Is he going to be more conventional? Goes for the 18s. And he's going to give himself a dart at double 16.
72. James, you require
It's a big ask from Hubbard to win this one. He's going to have to do it against the darts. So a break is mandatory. Double 14.
100.
Almost had the break right there with his biggest finish of the day.
32. Game shot on the first
both players
leg,
have
Jenson
missed a
Walker.
dart and a double for a ton topper, but it's Walker who holds his nerve to take leg 1.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Never known anybody drink water from a glass so carefully as Jenson. Have you noticed that? It's like it's an experiment. Call me old-fashioned, but I like it when people do things carefully. That's what you do when you go cheese tasting
59.
in Wales. You do it carefully.
Oh, no. Get your coat.
I'm already wearing it.
Well, get out then.
58.
No, they're trying to get it in. The treble. I'll tell you what is really, really annoying me right now. It's that loose piece of sisal under the 60. Somebody grasp it. If that were me, I would have got rid of that about 4 or 5 legs ago.
34.
Well, somebody looking to grasp the opportunity in this game.
96.
You do get the feeling from 1.5 legs in that this is going to be a really good nip and tuck game.
It's got 4-3 written all over it, you feel.
140.
I'm with you after what you said earlier on. I think if someone was to give James Hubbard what he earns in a year and a year of freedom
94.
to put it into darts,
141.
I'm convinced that there's something there. The focus today has been really good. The technique is right there. Just as good as it's ever been. Maybe even better.
Jenson, you require 152.
And he's going to get 3 in hand at double 18 to level up. Walker unable to
45. James,
apply
you
the
require
finishing touches to the
36.
152. And so for a level match, no
Game
mistake.
shot on the second leg. James Hubbard.
Clinically in the middle of the bed, Hubbard levels up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jenson to throw first. Game on.
That second leg of this contest proves that he's anything but like his golf game.
140.
Because he's right there and he's not fading. Because when he hits a drive, it's as bendy from left to right as a bendy bully. Isn't that right, James?
58.
The only person who hits a bigger fade in golf from the dart playing roster is Simon Whitlock, who's already through to Saturday.
134.
But if you watch Simon Whitlock hit a golf ball, my word, it stays hit. It just gives off a different noise.
100.
Well, this game so far going all with throw. And it looks like a trend that's going to continue here in leg 3. 140 there, leaves Walker with a 2-darter after 9.
It's not like Hubbard is wilting here in his 5th game.
Jenson, you require
Walker is
87.
upping this.
$55.
He's not making any mistakes when it comes to scoring or approach play. This is a very good performance so far.
And may I say, he's playing this game with an air and wealth of experience totally beyond his years. He's under pressure now. That Max just taps him on the shoulder. But what pressure? It's a 13-darter. Walker gets his nose in front again at 2-1.
4 flag. It's James to throw first. Game on.
Get that lad on the crystal maze. He wouldn't spill a drop. When you look at his dart shirt, it's black and white and checkered like that. What does it remind you of? There was an old television program in the 1980s called Juliet Bravo. That's what it reminds me of. I know you wouldn't know, you weren't born. Neither was James.
100.
You got to remember, when I was born, Rock DJ was top of the charts.
Robbie Williams.
Yep.
140.
My mate Rob. Couldn't resist. Can't resist. Trying to get a second maximum.
35.
Scoring performance here from Jenson. It's just been so consistent. He's put Hubbard under so much pressure. He really hasn't buckled. But the person who's getting more 2 treble visits
144.
is Jenson. And he needs 2 trebles here to take out leg 4.
120. James, you require 108.
Let's be honest, we all fancied that for a second. Shanghai 18s. The treble leaves the double for 2-2. Big dart, big moment. Big find.
4 flag. James Hubbard.
Jenson Walker has been hit with a haymaker. And for James Hubbard,
flag. It's Jenson to the
that
first.
is a big moment.
Even if he doesn't win this match, that one checkout,
134.
it deserves every single piece of effort he's put in over the last few weeks to come here, because that proves one thing. He still got it, and it never left him. And I swore to myself in the last 15 seconds I wouldn't do that like Scary Spice from Bo Selector. That was an amazing finish. I would have said the same about Jenson if he'd done it in that moment. That really was clinging on to this game with his fingernails. Because look what Jenson's doing again.
100.
Putting Hubbard under pressure by getting to the halfway point of the leg after 6.
Both players averaging in excess of a ton. The top 2 players playing like the top 2 players. And they are hitting each other with punch after punch.
134.
They are in the bubble right now.
Jenson, you require 136.
Another. One great dart. One not so great.
112.
A brilliant recovery.
James, you require
And what happens
92.
next?
Hubbard has to hit. Walker's on a double. And he's going to get a look at 212s for 3-2.
But look at what he's having to do to get legs off Jenson.
40. Jenson, you require 24.
Double 12.
Game's on the fifth
3-2
leg.
Jenson Walker. And on throw, he is doing everything he needs to do. That's all he has to do in this game.
Sixth leg. It's James to throw first.
What a contest.
Game on.
Not a leg above 16. And crucially, every leg's gone with throw. And in the last couple on throw, Jenson Walker with 13 and 13, making it
81.
desperately difficult for Hubbard to break.
There's an old saying, isn't there?
96.
I remember once seeing a game between Gary Robertson and Dave Richardson, both multiple-time participants at Lakeside. Robson and Richardson tore each other to shreds.
96.
Gary said to me as he walked by, that was a sorting the men from the boys game. Well, this one could see the boy sort out the man.
100.
If Hubbard's going to win this game, he's going to have to do something extraordinary.
Well, these two are eking every ounce out of one another.
60.
Hubbard here averaging 96. And if Walker has one more spurt here, could be on the cusp of losing this game. What a visit that is. What a
174.
time for 174.
James has got to get to 124 here. He's not going to get there. He's left himself on something
121.
a lot
Jenson, you
harder.
require 131.
That treble 20's been at his mercy in this
91.
game.
James, you require 143.
This would raise the stakes from the 108 to another stratosphere. And he's not up to that. That was a very difficult out. But Jenson Walker, the way he's played, he's averaging 105.
100.
And he's
Jenson, you
played like the
require
best player of the
40.
day.
He's pushed when he needed to push. This would be a third 13 dart if he pins first dart.
No
But he's
score.
not finished this game off.
James, you
And
require
James Hubbard
43.
here has got one last reprieve.
Double 16 and 2 attempts. Can't cling on.
Jenson, you require
Both have missed.
40.
And Jenson comes back to finish the job.
That's tight. It's double 10.
Game shot
It's a
and
win
the
for
match.
Jenson Walker,
Jenson
which
Walker.
puts him on to 8 points. What a performance to end the day for the interceptor. Average in excess of a ton. He beats up at 4-2. Nicolaou Mould up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Final game of the afternoon is between Adam Mould and Andreas Nicolaou. This is the final game in Group C. Don't forget, we're back tonight from 10 for
First leg, it's
the beginning of
Andreas to
Group
throw
B
first.
here on Pluto
Game
TV.
on.
And after the action's done here, whenever it's done here, you will be able to watch the first episode of a brand new Tungsten Talk series with the 16-time
59.
champion of the world, Phil Taylor. So plenty coming up on Pluto TV. But the live action concludes with a battle between Nicolaou and Mould.
100.
How do you see this one go, Paul Nicholson?
You've got to have Mould as favourite. He's sitting on 4 points. Andreas on 2. But Mould, winning his first 2 games, has stumbled
59.
since then. Albeit because he's lost to the top 2. He didn't play brilliant against Hubbard. He was made to pay for that.
100.
He didn't play his best against Walker, so if he plays more like he did in his first 2 games, I see him winning this one. And like I said earlier,
59.
he used to have this reputation as someone who could finish a session strongly. Maybe nobody has ever finished a session stronger than Adam Mould, because he had a 9-darter with his last 9 darts. In fact, that's only happened twice here in this building. Adam, when he beat Johan
94.
Brouwer with the 9 in the previous series, and of course Sebastian Białecki, who took out Anton Östlund with a 9-darter to end the session as well. We wish
60.
Sebastian well. He's on the PDC Pro Tour now. As for Östlund and Brouwer, we might see them again this year.
Oh, we'll see Johan Brouwer here. And we'll hear Johan Brouwer here.
60.
Well, Adam Mould has just stalled somewhat. He got off to a strong start in this leg, couple of tons, but a couple more trebleless visits has just opened up the door for
90.
the Cypriot who's going to get a look at this
Andreas
big
require
fish.
170.
I'm sure the Cypriots know a thing or two about large fish. They've got water all around them.
105. Adam, you require 91.
Nicolaou could find himself swimming against the tide if he loses this match. And Mould here has a couple in hand at top, so only
Action
needs
on
the
the
one
first
to take
leg,
the
Adam
opening
Mould.
leg to get the break he needs at some point in the contest. Mould one
Second
up.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
We're going to have Hubbard on 6 points. We're going to have Morris on 6 points.
100.
They are separated by 2 legs in leg difference, even though they've won the same amount of legs today. If Adam wins this game by a little bit of a margin. He can jump to second.
60.
And he could indeed finish on 17 legs won today as well. But with a better leg
60.
difference than that of James Hubbard. But he has to win by 2 legs in this final contest.
Well, time is running out
44.
for Andreas in this particular group. And you feel like he's just beginning to run out of steam a little bit.
100.
Here. Mould is just kind of coasting along in this contest, whilst the Cypriot is just perhaps feeling the effects of a long day and a long week so far.
43.
Sometimes you don't feel tired when you're playing your 20th match of the week. But it can manifest itself in different ways. Mentally, physically,
85.
emotionally. And even sometimes in your extremities, which are very important when you're throwing darts with your fingertips like he is.
60.
He has a
Adam,
very
you require
rigid action.
156.
And he puts certain areas of his body under a lot of pressure sometimes.
100.
And he's under pressure in this match already.
Because Mould is a couple of darts away from opening up a 2-0 lead in this match. Needed a break at some point. Can
119. Adam, you
confirm that
require
with the hold,
56.
and he's got 6 darts from here to do exactly that. Double top.
Game
Well, that's
shot
on the
second
string
leg,
right now.
Adam Mould.
2-0 Mould, 2 darts at tops, 2 hits, 2-0.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, if it's on a string, it's like a puppet then. Just another song you don't know anything about, Henry. A puppet on a string.
56.
I've really got to read the room, haven't I? Maybe you're more comfortable talking to Andreas about bands like
140.
Blue. Is that really his favourite group?
His nickname is to do with Blue and music, yeah. Don't know if it's his favourite band, but I know he also likes the Eiffel 65 track. So it's obviously something about Blue that he likes.
So you're telling me he just doesn't like good music?
108.
And the man in blue likes that very much. Looks like running repairs for Andreas right here. Maybe those flights have had it. And they've run out of venom. Because he's got the word venom on it, you see.
The tumbleweed
100.
passes by.
Won't be the first one to pass by in Portsmouth.
Not the first time in this commentary box either.
134.
Oh my word, this is good from Mould. He may have been inspired by that 100 average performance from a certain Jenson Walker in the previous one.
57. Adam, you require
The message has been
47.
sent by the young man from Coventry. Is there a response?
31.
Not just yet, not rubber stamped. But he's got the message in the envelope.
58.
2-8
Adam, you
for
require
a free zip
16.
lead. 13
shot on the
darter.
third
Mould's
leg,
got the
Adam
double
Mould.
break, and he has got a vice-like grip of this match.
You could
Fourth
say he's
leg,
got
it's Adam to throw
his
first.
claws locked in.
Game on.
Well, for the want of a better phrase, I'm not going to let that go.
58.
If Adam wins this match, he will go up to second because of his legs difference over James Hubbard. Jenson Walker is going to have the lead overnight.
81.
Going into Friday's play in Group C.
59.
Just hasn't been able to lay a glove on Adam in this one. Average is quite low. Hasn't had a dart at a double. And we have seen that from Andreas and from Steve Robertson more than any other
96.
players this week. They just seem to have struggled in certain spots. And Adam has zero sympathy towards his Cypriot opponent. He knows how vital playing Andreas now and first game tomorrow could be. If he gets 2 massive victories,
40.
He could even be top before Jenson throws another dart.
He's making his move now, is Mould.
140.
At 140 leaves himself on 104 to win the match 4-0 for Andreas. Well, it just hasn't worked out for him in this particular contest. And so Adam Mould now
94.
looking at 104
Adam, you require 104.
to complete the most routine of 4-0 wins. He's not going to complete it here.
44.
But he is going to come back looking at 60 to win it.
He's disappointed with that treble 10 effort because by getting the single, he now has to burn a dart that will be in the way of tops.
120.
And that may be
Adam,
the final dart that
6.
Andreas doesn't land.
It's double top for Adam Mould. 2 10s to complete a rout.
40.
Andreas Nicolaou hasn't had a dart to the double in this match. He should get his first from here.
Needs to hit. And
62.
doesn't.
Adam, you
And so
require
to
20.
end it all together, double 10.
Game
And it's a
shot
4-0
and
win for Adam Mould to end the day. He beats Andreas Nicolaou to 0, and he is going to move into second position overnight. This is how the game went statistically. Mould, a 4-0 winner with 89.73 average, 4 for 9 on his doubles. He never really allowed his Cypriot opponent a look in that contest. He only had 2 darts and a double, and they both came in the final leg of that particular contest. So Adam Mould winning 4-0. That was the final game of the session. This is what else we've seen on this Thursday afternoon. It began with a big win for Jenson Walker against Andreas. He'd win 4 from 5. He dropped points in his second match against Tommy Morris, but was then perfect towards the line, saving his best stuff until last against James Hubbard. This is how the table looks then going into the second day's worth of action in Group C. Jenson Walker top of the table, and very quickly Paul Nicholson in a very strong position.
Yeah, I think we've got Jenson Walker in a very strong position because of the way he's played, but look behind him. 6 points for 3 people. This is going to be really interesting tomorrow.
So, Walker on 8 points, Mould and Hubbard alongside Tommy Morris on 6, Steve Robertson and Andreas Nicolaou on 2. So that is how the league table looks going into tomorrow's action. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock tonight, but before that, we've got a very special program coming up on Pluto TV. A Tungsten Talk with the 16-time champion of the world, Phil Taylor, first of a mini-series here on Pluto TV. That's going to premiere in a couple of moments' time, the Phil Taylor Tungsten Talk. Tonight, we're going to see Group B get underway here at the Live Lounge. Graham Hall, is he the favourite very quickly for you?
I think if he bounces back very quickly from the disappointment of not winning Group A, if he brings the same sort of standard, I think there are players in Group B who will struggle to live with him, but he's got to put Group A behind him.
So this is how it looks then for the rest of the week. Simon Whitlock won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. This afternoon, we saw Jenson Walker top Group C, and then later on tonight, Graham Hall looking to bounce back from his disappointments in Group A. Andy Hamilton's looked in decent nick all week long. He's going to be in there alongside Jamie Hughes making his debut in this competition. Martin Adams looking for a first weekly title. And Ashley Coleman looking to do likewise. But from us here at the Live Lounge, that is it from us. Jenson Walker tops the pile in Group C. We're back from 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV for Group B. Coming up next, it's a Tungsten Talk with Phil Taylor. But from us here, bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Andreas Dirty Harris!